No, I have one job as a man. Two, really. Provide and never shit yourself live. Okay? So, no. No, not at all. It was a close one. But no. Oh, hey. What's going on, guys? A little things to settle in the back. Don't worry. I hate to bring the IRL shit on stream. Big cheers to you guys. Happy Thursday to you. It's DFC night. It's the best night of the week. Hope everybody's doing great. Holy shit, what a good day, man. What a good day. Did y'all happen to see the card? I see so many questions about this, and yes, let me tell you, it's getting down to it. Let's kick some ass. Let's check this out because I feel like this is gonna answer a lot of stuff. There was some last minute changes here. We figured out that that basically Kim Sulky is well, he or she might be a newcomer to the DFC, but he or she ain't no newcomer to the PvP, if you know what I mean. We had him originally up against Bruno, which was not gonna be good. So we finally got Max to fight. Let's just say that. By the way, Sean Orton, my dude, thank you so much for that Legend tier membership, brother. Big cheers to you. This is it looks like milk, but it's a I wouldn't do that. Foozer, come on now. I wouldn't do that to myself. No, that's a pina colada, man. Pina colada. It's the closest thing we'll ever drink. By the way, what's up, Dong? How are you, man? Yeah, so if this is your first time in the DFC, hop on in. Let's get some duels going. Jump into the join the stream channel in the Discord and share your screen when you're ready to go. All right? But until then, we've got some amazing fights. You know, who knows who's going to pop up first. We've got Dazer versus Nate Diesel for the defense of the title. Man, Dazer coming back to defend the title, and he's got himself a solid din to go up against in Nate Diesel. It's going to be insane. And then look at this, the co-main dude, Punch versus Toshank. Like, what did we do to deserve this, man? That's going to be, those are two of the most aggressive players to ever play D2 PvP, man. And we're going to get to see it. You know, Toshank, just notorious for taking out all of these FPK guys, but can he do it against Punch, the most aggressive, most notorious, most insane Bard player in the DFC? Can he take him out on a Necro, man? Or has Punch got his number? Is he going to shut the Toshank shine down? We're going to see, man. Then also, we've got a nasty SVS and Gertie versus Doombringer. We got some NVD, some beautiful NVD in Elkbrew versus Deeds. Montriana versus Trafalgar. That could happen. But regardless, you know what people are more excited about? Is a match that just got thrown together. The grudge match, the part 2. I'm hoping we see this right here. Bruno versus Montriana 2. As we talked about before, I had no idea that Kim Sulky was like this absolute Zon god. And I don't feel like it's fair, now that I know that, to put him against Bruno. Who is literally on an experimental character. This guy is on what he is calling the Swiss Din. Look, I didn't make the name up. It's just he does a whole bunch of shit, okay? He does a whole bunch of shit on his Din, all right? And look, we ain't trying to do that to him. All right? We got a pretty good Zon player. Okay, so we're just gonna put him up against Max. By the way, what's going on, Max? Big cheers to you, brother. Yeah. Just speak up and ye shall receive, I guess, right? I kind of felt bad throwing it your way. After Max was actually the person that brought to my attention the fact that might be a mismatch. But then I realized Max was looking for a match, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. And then I threw those guys together, or I mean, whoever makes these DFC matches did that. And now it is what it is. All right, it is what it is. I don't know who makes these matches. They gave me Riz tonight on my brawler. Okay, I don't know who makes these matches, but Jesus, we need to get a new matchmaker. It's for damn sure. All right, look. While we wait and get things going, I could get warmed up with some duels, or we actually have Worldstone Keep that's terrorized next, and I'm thinking about starting up a game on non-ladder. I could jam on ladder. Like, look at this. I got myself a 93 Sin. She's a little budget right now, but thanks to Doombringer, she's actually a little less budget. But honestly, dude, look at this. I just want to get this Barb to level 99. I think I'm like 42% now. So I'm gonna go 96 TZ Bale -01. I'm gonna make this. All right. And look, we might not go the full hour, but I'm interested in running some of these while we wait. So if anybody's jamming around on non-ladder, you have a character that you want to level while we wait for some epic duelers to come into the arena, feel free to join up. This is the game name, 96 TZ Bale -01. Hopefully we can find somebody else to teleport so we can keep an eye on the juck fuckery that goes on in the Discord when someone starts sharing their screens, so we can be ready to hop over and check out some of the action. But as for now, I'm actually just gonna dump this right here. I don't want to load the throne room because oh shit, is there gonna be a D clone? There's gonna be a D clone too, huh? Terror's about to be unleashed. Yo, he says, what up, cool in the gang? What up, what up? Yeah, this is, we're about to get a D clone. Allegedly. This could very well happen right at the hour. This would be really cool. Oh shit, I shouldn't have loaded that guy. Let's go, dude. All right, yes, we got a couple of minutes before this pops, before the Throne of Destruction pops up. But look, what a perfect time to be chilling and waiting for people to pop in, start sharing their screens, and show us their sick duels tonight, man. We'll check out the card in between the runs. My plan is just to telly there and then let everybody else do the killing. That's what I'm hoping. And then we can talk about the card in the meantime, dude. Like, that's the goal. Look how close we are, dude. I say close, but we're like 42% of the way to to 99. It is what it is. Like, we're still a little ways off. We're so far off that I'm not going to set aside an entire day to try to get to 99 yet, but I could see that happening as we get closer, you know? It very well could happen. But we're not quite there yet. I did do Chaos with this guy earlier, too, and I think we got like 7%, man. I was like 35% when I started up Chaos on this Barb earlier. And just running some Chaos games, dude. We got 7%. It's so good to be able to level, like, pretty efficiently here at level 98 with all these TZs, dude. But the thing is, you got to take advantage of these, terror zones when they pop up. Any LLD signups this week? Leroy, what's up, dude? I didn't see any. I actually signed up on an LLD, but nobody else followed suit. It's unfortunate, really. But it could happen. It could happen. At least it's there. We also have, and there's some stuff that needs to develop a little further on this, but also some things to note is that we have melee signups in the DFC now, and I was talking to some people today about kind of getting some rule sets together so that we have that. And essentially, I want it to defer to like the melee Discord rule set. But here's the thing: currently, the problem that I'm running into is that the melee Discord is not public, and it's like one of these things where you kind of need an invite to. So it's sort of this like odd. There's like an odd bottleneck to getting people to buy into a rule set or even referencing one that exists, because like it's not really public. It's a Discord where it's the elite few, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get that changed, hopefully. You ain't getting in, buddy. Yeah, exactly. You can get it? Oh, sick, Ruth, that'd be sick. Yeah, if there's like a generic invite, I'd love to have it. I can link it on the video and also in the rule sets of DFC. So like when we actually have one going, you know, we have a perpetual list of rules that can be referenced. All right, there we are. On to the next. If anybody else wants to telly, I gotta say we would much appreciate it. We can actually go back to the card if that's the case. If somebody else wants to telly, we also don't get stuck like right here. If anybody does, that would be dope. We don't quite have a D-clone yet, but we're keeping an eye on it. And do we have a teleporter? Someone want to telly so I can talk to people about DFC. Look at this. Nobody's immediately pumped about doing such a thing. All right. Nobody's gonna do it. Nobody's gonna telly. So what we've got to do is we've got to telly, and then we got to find a whole new group for the next game. We gotta delay the game, and hopefully, look, if you are a teleporter and you're just like, look, I really want to be in some terrorized bales with the right group of people, with a barbarian that will sit back and leech and talk those words about the DFC that I've been waiting to hear all week. If that's you, right, be ready on the next game join, okay? Because we need you here. We need you here to replace some of these fucking lates. Look at these guys. 97s, 98s. I do have restricts on my game. I started doing that on ladder, but I actually like it, period. Like, it seemed as though when we did it earlier in the in chaos, like we just leveled better. So like cutting out all of the low levels is pretty dope. Like I think you have to be like 92 or above to join this. But anyways, if that is you, just get yourself ready. We're gonna jam and slam in Alabama. With that being the case, holy shit, man, this is the card, okay? While we've got a little bit of time to check this out, all right? This is what an incredible card. I'm gonna turn the game volume down. It seems like it's a little high. Yeah, what a card, man. Gertie versus Doom is gonna be an interesting fight. Elk versus Deeds is an NVD. We also have Montriana versus Trafalgar. This guy getting his win against Bruno last week. Well, now he's looking to step it up and to take on a whole new level of competition. Can he do it? We're gonna see. We also do have another epic NVD. Can Dio redeem himself against Go Gators? We're gonna see how it all goes. But that should be an epic match as well. There's so many of them on the card tonight. Fellas, I'm pretty excited about it, really. Like, this card came together. There's only like one real bad matchup that I noticed like way too late, and that was the matchup with the Zon, right? Kim Suki. That was a little much. All right, if you can teleport, get ready. Join this game right here. 96TZ Bale-03, and that way I don't have to be the guy. All right, look, we can talk about the DFC. I don't have to piss through my juves. We can just have people in here that are legit, that want to teleport, and that most importantly aren't pussies. That's what we're looking for. And let's see how many we got in this game right here. Let's see how many. Looking for the first person to go to the World Stone. There is a lot of pussies. Okay, if I had to quantify the number of pussies on non-ladder right now, I don't believe I could do it. I don't actually think I don't think there's a number that can be attributed to such a thing. I'm on a barb, okay? All right. All right, sick. We have a 92 Sork, GG, and they'll be able to tell you. That's awesome. Oh, thank God we got that small charm at least. It's 50 poison. Look, that could have been so much better. All right, while we wait. Man, oh man, what else we got here? Somebody put me up against Riz. I don't know who, but that's not a good matchup for me, okay? Someone ought to tell the matchmaker that's not really a good matchup for me. By the way, what's up, Primo? Yeah, it is easy. I don't know why these guys are all pussies. By the way, something that's very interesting to see here, we see Root on a CS Zon. I'm not sure if anybody noticed that in the lineup, in the matchups this week. Root bringing in a CS Zon. He's got himself quite the opponent, though, going up against Tempest. Very curious to see how that will go. We haven't seen a CS Zon in a very long time in the DFC, so I actually don't know how that matchup is in recent history with, like, recent data. We're going to find out. We're going to see. And in the meantime, we've got a ton of good ones, man. Polytheist versus Lamp. Now, you want to know the very interesting thing about this is that Lamp has beat him some shamans in the past, and Poly has beat him some cold sorks in the past. So the question becomes, who's gonna take it? Like, who is actually gonna come out on top here and have the dominant say? Well, it's just an appropriate match, I think, for such a time in both of these guys' DFC careers. We're gonna see. All right, we've got some people in. Sorky says he can teleport. That would be great. He's in on it. That's fucking dope, man. So happy to see that. What a heck of a guy. I do see, speaking of the devil, I do see Lamp in the Join the Stream channel. Looks like he might be trying to track down his opponent. Looking to start that up for the night. That should be a fun one, man. Then also, this is something that people in the Discord were talking about being very interested in here is NYC Maxim versus the Kim Sulky. This is, even though it's Kim Sulky's technical first match in the DFC, some would say it's a little bit of a rematch, if you will. These guys were duking it out, I guess, in recent history, and man, oh man, it did not go Max's way. But he's hoping to change that tonight. Hoping to pull some DFC chuck fuckery against his opponent. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if he can pull it off or if he's just gonna become another statistic for Mr. Suki. I think Lamp's a very exciting sort for sure. My level 70 CS on may or may not have level 99 sound ear in her stash. Can neither confirm nor deny. Wow. CS Zons are OP apparently. Looks like this might be the next video that we have to dive into is the CS Zon. The Zon in general actually seems like a pretty busted character. I mean, Muchez has inspired me, to be completely honest, about looking into more on the Zon and figuring out just the busted shit about it. And the cool things that you can do at all levels with the Zon, man. It gets real. Like, I mean, from the insane hybrid approach to even what we're seeing now with Root, I'm really hoping we get to see quite a performance with that, because if he goes in, shows and proves on a CS Zon, you now have a couple of different angles you can examine with the Zon, but additionally, you always have the cheesy strat of just massive 451 poison charms that we could chuck in there, and just have one of the most bad-mannered bullshit experiences for people in pub games, which I'm all about that, man. And pub PKing, like griefing people with just ass loads of 451 poison charms. Come on, man. Ladder just came over. I think I got myself about, I'm gonna say, a solid 30 of those things. I think if I mustered them all together, I think I got about 30. Me too, Laser. Very curious to see how it does. We haven't seen a CS Zon. I think the last high-profile CS Zon match we saw in the DFC was Vamp the Champ versus CJ. It was a long time ago. CJ got a few wins, and I think the only reason he really lost, I think he could have got there. I think it's just Vamp the Champ got to him. The style of Vamp the Champ was just like, it just ate away at him slowly. He did what he does. He got in his opponent's head, and there it was. I think he shut down CJ pretty early. But had he not done such a thing, had he not got in the mind of CJ, I think CJ actually had a shot. It was very exciting. He had a couple of nice name grabs, nice chains, all of this. It was very good. But the point is, we haven't seen a matchup like that in a very long time. So it's going to be good to see Root back. Sin's one of the hardest matchups, Root says. Okay. Well, look, put it this way. If it's a really miserable match to see, we might just throw you on as, like, throw you in there for second chance versus somebody who might have also lost in either a miserable or non-miserable matchup. Because I really do want to see more of the CS on. And I apologize if it's a bad matchup. I didn't really know. I'm like, this could go either way. Like, it could just be one poke. They can't have any, like, added resist if they're dual claw. So they have to be 75. I'm like, technically it's a one poke if you can get in there or close to it. But the question is, can you get in there? You know, that's the big challenge. I figured it might, just based on what I know, it might be an okay match. But then again, you're just fucking eating traps the whole time too. So that's the other thing. Like, it's not very fun while you're there. By the way, Javito PvP, my dude, what's up? Big cheers to you, brother. Also, I just want to say, I kind of skipped over this in the beginning. We were trying to get the bales going, but dude, holy shit. I just want to say, not only a shout out to Sean Orton for being a member, most recent member here, but we also got Kyle at 13 months, Zizor at just past the year mark, Primo at 13 months, Blitzstrange at 14, Boofing at God tier for 5 months. And holy shit, man, so many more. Eduardo Sika, Gabriel, Bear, Keith Conway, Young Kim, William Halterman, so many. Like, there's honestly so many. I can't even thank you all. But a big shout out actually to VK at Legend tier for 14, and Doombringer at Legend tier for 6 months, man. Like, really can't thank you guys enough. It means a lot that you keep these memberships going. Sometimes while we're not even live, right? Just keeping them flowing, keeping the spaceship flying through Sanctuary at 7 times the speed of light. It means a lot. Big cheers to all you guys. Really appreciate it. I think that's awesome, man. We're just getting ready. Just getting sauced up here. We're getting ready while we wait for some people to share their screens in the Join the Stream channel. We figured we'd have a little bit of downtime, but I also saw that Worldstone was terrorized. So I'm like, look, man, we're just gonna continue the slow process of getting my Barb to level 99. I eventually want to get him there. I want to start doing some Uber Tristram runs with this guy. But like, I was just gonna start going after I figured out what I figured out with the video that I put up today, where like, the level doesn't necessarily matter on the hit connections as much as I thought it did. But now I have this interesting conundrum where the Barb that I'm rocking that I could do Uber Tristram runs with is halfway to 99. Do you really want to risk dying on that? Like, not really. So at this point, I'm kind of like, all right, just hurry up and get him to 99 so that we can just not worry about dying. But if I would have known that, I probably would have started the runs like as soon as we hit 98. No barbs? What? Bro, what about this Barb right here? He's a brawler. He's pretty cool. I've got Ondal's Wisdom on right now. I think it'd be a good one, Avito. Don't be hating, all right? He's got himself War Shriek, Lacerator. You don't mess around. He's a fun one to watch. Yeah, Barb haters gonna hate. By the way, Punch, can't wait to see your matchup versus Toshank tonight. I'm hoping he didn't dodge. I'm really hoping he didn't dodge. I'm hoping he's usually fired right up and ready to go, dude. And I'm like, this could be one of the most exciting, most like it's certainly got. And by the way, we're gonna do prizes are on the line tonight. By the way, prizes are on the line for Fight of the Night, thanks to the generous donations of people in the DFC community. Performance of the night, fight of the night, all of these things are online tonight. And I'm telling you, there's a couple of fights that have them written all over it. For example, Montriana versus Bruno #2. I honestly think that has potential to be fight of the night. I also think Toshank versus Punch. Like, there's no shot that is not in consideration for it, right? Just zero shot, in my opinion. It can't not be good. By the way, my dude, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Holy shit. Primo, my dude, we're a little bit in the future. You gotta forgive me for this. It's because we move so... I mean, you know how it is. You know how it is with the spaceship. We're always moving fucking fast. All right. But I just want to say, it says Montriana versus Bruno, #2, fight of the night, easy. S tier member for 12 months, dude. Big cheers to you. Really appreciate you, Primo. Thank you so much, my brother. And he very well could be right. I'm not sure if you caught that fight in DFC 100. I think it happened. It was literally the first fight that happened right after the stream like crashed and we had to swap things up and shit. Like, I'm pretty sure it was the first fight that happened when we switched over to the Cooley Live, this channel right here. And it was a banger. Like, it was a banger. That shit was easily one of the like fight of the night. I think we forgot to do our awards that night, which is unfortunate. There was so much going on, so much prep that I did for that DFC episode, but I feel like I forgot to do the fight of the night, all of that shit. Forgot to even talk about it, mention it. I was like, what a missed opportunity. Like it's just become like second nature for a lot of these. And I was like, oh, I think we should have just enough to get us through, like with Forum Gold that's been donated, just enough to get us through DFC 100. This would be perfect. Totally forgot to do it. Like, so, but I mean, here we are. We're back, right? We're back. We could potentially, who knows? We might host some more DFCs on the main, or some more events on the main, honestly. Like, that was kind of fun. Very interesting. There was a lot of exposure for the DFC. More subscribers on the main channel, I think, got notified. I think we had like almost 400 people watching DFC at one point, which is fucking insane. I was like, this is wild. This is wild, man. Yeah. It was a very good night. I mean, we did a lot of stuff, man, from breaking it right down, talking about things quite like this, with profiles with the Amazon, talking about very intricate details. The CS zone that we're gonna see our boy Root on tonight. This is gonna be his dude right here. Extreme distance, vicious damage, that dodge, avoid, and evade. Where's it coming from? Where's it gonna go? We're gonna see. But, you know, cool shit like that, we had to get ready, right? We had to get ready for all these things. We had many things that we had to do. And of all of the things we forgot to talk about, forgot to do fights of the night, performances of the night. By the way, Jerry Beatty, thank you so much, brother. I see you. Let's get this game created, and we've got a cheers coming your way, brother. That is fucking phenomenal. I can't thank you enough, man. 13 months at God tier. I just want to let you know that's the highest tier right there. There is no tiers higher. And there's just no words. Bro, big cheers to you. I really can't thank you enough. That support means the world, Jerry Beatty. And it keeps this spaceship flying. Keeps us all, keeps the DFC running and alive, man. That kind of support is crazy. Means a lot to me, brother. Can't thank you enough. Big cheers with the pina colada. I hope you're tipping one back as well, brother, and enjoying your night. Yeah, you see, I just knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to be one of those times where when World Stone Chamber, this is to give you the heads up, when Bale gets terrorized, right, and Chaos and all of this is when the non-ladder players just start jamming and slamming. Like, they're trying to get their shit. They're trying to get their characters to level 99, much like what we're doing here, right? It doesn't matter that they're not on ladder. They're just jamming and slamming, bro. That's what they do. And here we are. I knew that there would be a little bit of a delay, so I was like, you know what? Let's just jump in on this. Let's just jump in and enjoy the juck fuckery. Instead of chasing people down, I say we go to the people and start doing the runs that they're all doing. If you know what I mean? That everybody's doing. It's how we get there. We're almost halfway to 99. Now, melee duel me? Oh, what? Fuck yeah, I'm so down for that, bro. I might have to make some changes here slightly to the build that I put out today, Jerry. I'm totally down for that, though. And you may be happy to know that probably by next week, I'm going to have a very consistent self-referencing rule set. That sounds weird. But a rule set that's referencing in the DFC, it references the larger rule set for melee duels that's handled by the melee community. And we should actually have a pretty consistent melee rule set that's familiar with what people know. With the ability to have melee duels in the DFC. So, bro, you never know. It could be me and you going up for the melee DFC championship of the world. That could actually be a thing. Like, we might actually just make that happen. I mean, the belt's got to start somewhere. When we have all of these new divisions, we used to look at it like, you know, the top class and all of this, and it was something that we would track, you know, we would keep track of, we would call out because it was cool. But now I think there's going to be belts that are given away. Like, just having the one DFC belt isn't enough, man. Like, having multiple ones, one for melee, one for LLD. I even think that when someone is like, this would be harder to really lock down, but when someone is like the top Din or the top Zon or whatnot, that they're like, they have to lose that, right? Like, they have to lose that title to another Zon or another Din or another, right? Like, so you always have the opportunity to have so many like belts out there at once. Honestly, Punch, that's something else I've looked into. I've thought about doing is having these rule sets that reference other parts of the community so that it's one less thing that the DFC has to do, right? And that is like, I think it's cool to have a good main rule set for like versus all. I think it's turned out to be really cool. It's a great rule set, but also having like SVS, even NVD rule sets, even FPK rule sets that are kind of outsourced essentially are really cool. And it's a time saver because you have a whole community balancing it, you know, and doing that for you. I think to some degree, and you can see this in the NVD duels that we have and a lot of the FPK stuff. Theoretically, the DFC rule set is better, no question in my mind. But is it significantly different? You know, in a couple of ways it is, but is it significantly different than like an NVD rule set or regular FPK that, you know, isn't just worth going with what's established, you know, and having a little bit worse of one? That's what I say. I think it's an interesting line. It would be interesting. Like I said, Primo, it'd be very hard to track down. It would be hard to keep track of, especially on the class. I think it would be a lot easier to do it with like LLD and melee, and especially if we did like maybe an SVS or NVD champ, or you know, I think we would have to institute different ladders. Keeping track of the class would be interesting though. I think that's asking for trouble, really, because you have to go back and you have to think about why those things were invented in the first place, right? The reason we started looking at the top classes in the DFC is because I had an inkling that I was the top Din in the DFC because not many other people played Din, and I was like, well, let's just look at my record on a Din and let's compare it to other people's record on a Din and see how that shakes out. That's basically it. But now it's like it adds on the versus all card, it adds a whole bunch of juck fuckery. Now that I'm thinking about it, it adds a whole bunch of juck fuckery, especially when you're talking about you have to lose it to a Zon, you have to lose it to it, like that's just, it's too much in the versus all to go by class, I think. But if we go like SVS or NVD or even FPK, LLD, melee, and just introduce those belts, it wouldn't be that difficult, right? You might only have 2 or 3 LLDs that sign up every week. But you know what? One of them's the champ, and if people don't like it, they sign up on an LLD and challenge that person, you know what I mean? Just is how it is. And whatever happens. I think it would be easier to track. I think it would be easier to make duels like that, you know what I mean? And we could have multiple championship fights for multiple things. Like, I just think it'd be great. Yeah, he's a trapper, though. He's not gonna kill you fast. Like, you could just save and exit. Oh, there's a Sacred Ronde right here. That's right, just kill the monsters, we'll go to the next game. Yeah, he's gone. We almost got him. I almost got him, bro, with the throws. It was close. Yeah, it was close. This is the PVM setup where we would have had it. By the way, Coolio low, that was fun, dude. An interesting break in the runs right there. Big cheers to you, brother. Oh, did somebody already make the next game? All right, we're gonna make 13 because somebody. Oh no, I guess we're gonna make 14. No, I guess we're gonna make 15. I guess we're gonna make 60. What the fuck is this? The next like 4 games are already made. I guess these runs are fucked. Is somebody dueling, for fuck's sake? I think we're fucked. Yeah. We got wrecked. We got wrecked. The next 5 games were made. That was the duel, game creation. That's exactly what it was. It was very nicely done. I think we lost our teleporter. I think Coolio Low should teleport. That would be the definition of a hostile takeover of the game. I think it would be cool. There it is. Is he gonna do it? Complete hostile takeover of the game? Nah, he ain't. Well, we got wrecked. We got easy. You know, we got 2%. We got 2% to 99. We're getting there. Maybe 3%. I think we started up at like 41. Good duel. That was hilarious. Like, literally the next 5 games created. That was next level shit. That was really good. And nobody knows the real game now. I'm happy we've semi-recovered from this, but it looks like people are getting stuck in World Stone 2. It could be a trust thing. It could be that these guys don't have Enigma. You never really know. All right, well, let's jam it and slam it. We lost the Merc, though. We're gonna... are these guys just going through killing World Stone? All right, here we go. We got it. Drop me TP. I ready? Oh, there we go. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. That, or he's just trolling. We'll teleport there. I think we're gonna have to go back to teleporting, because if we have people creating next games and shit, no one's really... the teleporter's not gonna know what game to go into. So I think what we do is just teleport, piss through the juves, jam, slam, Alabama, and whatever happens, happens. Whoever we get in the game, we get in the game, you know? They're going to be a lot slower runs, that's for sure. I might even take a look to see if there's 96 runs out there. We got owned on these runs. These were cool. We had a good 96 game going. But we got owned. All right, there it is. We've got the throne up. I'm probably just gonna look for some mana potions here. We're gonna need those. Now we gotta heal. Yeah, just keep them coming. Just keep shooting. As soon as he rolls up, I'll aggro. You guys do your thing. Yep, I think we got it. I'm gonna be MFing up here just for a sec. Checking the items that dropped. All right, I'm gonna aggro. Yep, just keep the monsters slaying. Just keep slaying them. Get him. We got him. Fucking easy. We got him, boys. All right, next game will probably have to be 21, if I had to guess. No, 17. 17 worked. All right. We got it. 17 is good. It's working. We're back. All right.
Afternoon.
We're gonna have to duel on our way there, I think. We got a PVM setup, so we're gonna have to make it quick, get our friends in here. All right, here we go. All right, these guys are actually pretty tough. Maybe we could bait Julio Low to teleport into these guys and just get ganked. That could be a thing. Oh my god, dude. Julio Low got easied right away. Oh my god, and he's getting pissed. Julio Low's getting pissed. This is amazing. He comes in, he's getting pissed. He came right in. Nobody fucking flinched, dude. Nope, not a single person fucking flinched. We had everybody up in here. We had everybody up in here. Not a single person fucking flinched. And Matilda Jeffries just banged it right out. I think camp the waypoint or something. I say great. Look. I think it worked out. We still got a full game. All right, I'm gonna guess Coolio Low is gonna probably make the next game. So we'll determine what the next game is seconds before we leave. It'll just be a random number. Oh, that's Abrasive? Dude, I thought that name looked familiar, by the way. Abrasive, big cheers to you, brother. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, we're just be on the lookout. We're gonna pick the game name just before we go. Like, it'll just be a random number. So that way they can't, like, you know, make 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Can't grief on Trapper, need Mosaic. Yeah, I think for sure, like, if he had a Mosaic Sin, things would be different. Was that wave 5? I wasn't even paying attention. I think it was wave 4. Yeah, it's like I said, I knew that when it was Coolio Low, I was like, it's not going to be like a surprise KO, like a hammered in coming in and hammering you to death or something. Like, it's going to be just a slow burn kind of death where you've got the trap so you can kind of heal. All right, let's go 18. Oh, it's already there. I thought that would trick him out, but let's go 29. All right, TZ 96 TZ bail 29. I thought by saying that it might trick people, but nah, they still went for it. So we'll just do it the way we should. We'll call the number before we leave, like in game, so that the people who are in game will see it. They'll know what's up. All right, there we go. I hope Coolio Low doesn't come down here while we're MF. He's so pissed. I've never seen Coolio Low so tilted. Look, bro, we're all just trying to have a good time. All right? We're all just trying to have a good time. Look, we didn't mean to fucking ease you like that, bud. Like, but what I will say is I would just come in and have a good time. Like, it's hard to, trust me, I've been there before when you go in and you try to fuck with a game and you get fucking smashed. Like, it feels bad. It is bad. And it's really hard to, like, talk shit after, right? What I usually do is I just save and exit and go look for another group of nerds. Like, that's what I do. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. I just go look for another group of nerds. Yeah, because you see, he's complaining, I think at this point, he's complaining about it being more one versus however many. But bro, I think that's hilarious. It's like the ultimate troll. You come in, you hostile a game, and you complain that it's like 8v1 and that's why you can't win, and you're the person that stepped into the game and hostile everybody. I might actually use that. Like, that's so fucking genius. All right, the next one will be 30. Look, I knew we'd fuck with them that time. All right, the next one won't be 31 though. The next one won't be 31. We'll call it next time. I just knew that time. I knew that time we were ready. It's all the mental game, all right? It's the mental juck fuckery that we got to play. We've been doing it a while. All right, there's a safe TP. Come to more. Oh, now he's calling people to the more. I love it. Bros, this is what the DFC is all about. Just getting in there, look at this. We've got P8. Those guys camping the waypoint, just fucking ready to go. I love it, dude. We're getting prime experience here in the throne. Coolio low, unable to even use the waypoint. This is, like I said, bud, I'd probably just go find another group of nerds. This might actually be the wrong one for a trapper. Like, if you had a mosaics in, I might, like, if I were you, I would token it to mosaic and go get you some PVM mosaics, because it might be better, right? Or just get an entirely different character. But this might be the wrong group of nerds, dude. He fucking sent it, and so did Abrasive. Tell Shaman to unhost to TP in. No, we can't be doing that. If he unhosts to like, then he's just weak to he's weak to Coolio low. Yeah, he's just weak to Coolio low at that point. You can't be vulnerable like that. All right, the next one will be 79. There we go. Yeah, Abrasive ain't no chump, dude. He used to be the top Zon in the DFC. I love that this hasn't actually even affected us at all. We're still actually just plowing through, killing it, kicking some ass. We ain't fucking around. Like, these runs still going. The whole fucking team is teleporting to the throne. At this point. Wow. This is great. Coolio low has reached an all-new Coolio low. He's unpartied with his traps in, hoping to get some kills with the death trap explosion. But that's all right. Now everybody just focuses on actually killing the mobs, and they still get the kills. Like, so we're still getting the experience. Yeah, I was gonna say Coolio low. I would just actually just come back onto the team. That's not a good way to troll. It just doesn't work. It's actually just as better for us. It's given us more experience.
$20.24 from Botosaurus. Someone get this man some water. So thirsty. At Coolio low.
Oh man, there it is, Botosaurus, bro. Thank you so much. The consistent 2024, my dude. Big cheers to you. Speaking of thirst, bro. Let's get it. Let's go to the next game. Next game will be 65, by the way. Bro, I can't thank you enough, man. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much, Botosaurus, for the 2024, brother. Big cheers. I love that you're along for the ride for this. This has actually been... I'm kind of happy Coolio low is doing this. I always feel bad when terror zones are live and we have to go and we got to level in them, right? This is just the thing. A lot of times, I think there's actually a subsect of people out there that watch Diablo, that are fans of Diablo, that just think that I create a character and suddenly am 99, right? No, fuck no, man. We got to get there. We got to put the time in. We got to hustle, right? And that's what we're doing now. But every once in a while, you gotta level. And sometimes it's not very entertaining. But I say thank God for Coolio low. Like, this guy is bringing a lot of value to these runs in a lot of ways that I think he's not getting enough credit for. I really think he is. All right, here we go. Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, bust the popcorn out because this is going to be big. All right, so we've got Coolio low. He's hostile yet again. I say send it. We're going to be guarding the throne. We're going to be holding it down. not paying no goddamn mind. All right, that's a little bit of barbo for the team. And now we've all got to be right on point, though. We can't be fucking around. Like, we got to be ready to go. We got to be zoned right in, killing monsters. There's no more leeching. I love that this has kept us on our toes here. This is a charm that Coolio Low might appreciate, though. Let's give this to him. He's fucking calling people right. He's so pissed. Bros, he's so pissed. Julio Low might legit. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if he's just trolling or if he is legit tilted here. Regardless, it's funny. Regardless, it's so funny. I think he's tilted right sideways. I think he's tilted right sideways. This is great. Coolio Low has finally stepped into the DFC. Next game will be 61. He's stepped into the DFC, and wow, what a time it is to be alive. Okay. I'm hoping that we got enough mana. I hate to piss through the full rejuves, especially with a hostile in the game. I think we need to try to conserve the full rejuves as much as possible with just prime efficient tellies just like that. That's so good. Oh, dude, Coolio Low's talking shit. He's not even hostile. He done forgot to. He's actually tilted. I now know for a fact he's tilted. Because he forgot to hostile before he started talking shit. Like, that's usually something you do. Like, when you're serious, the tilt is real. It's getting good. This is... We couldn't have asked for better here, honestly. Wow, what a crowd he picked to mess with, though. It's a pretty good DFC crowd that we've got up in here. We've got Abrasive. We've got a ton of people. He's still talking shit. This is when you know you've won. He's gone to the moor. He's no longer, like, bothering anybody. He's just in the moor talking shit. And he actually forgot to hostile. This is full tilt. It actually isn't affecting any of the game at all. And the funny thing is it opens him up to a bunch of shit talking to the point where, like, he has actually joined the wrong game. Like, he's now asking people to duel, but he's joined a bail game, so he actually looks like a retard. Like, Coolio Low, we gotta spend some time and teach you how to troll a little bit. Well, it's like I said, there's some times where you just gotta go on to the next group of nerds. Because some of them got your number, and that's okay. That happens to me. It happens to me all the time. With far more than than I care to admit to. Right? It's bad. It's bad. But sometimes you just gotta be like, yep, alright, these guys too good. Like, it happens all the time with my... Alright, this one will be a 69. Yeah, it happens all the time with the LLDs that I got, dude. I pop in, I try to do some juck fuckery up in there. Every once in a while, you just run into the high level that they're not really good. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not really good. They just happen to have the setup that's not good for your build, right? Like, and that's kind of everybody in the game. Like, you know, there's in this sense, like, it's not the greatest when you have a trap sin trying to PK a game. Because with a hammered in, you can stomp people, you can have your, you know, surprise wins. You can have all of that surprise stuff, right? It's just big damage real quick, but against like a trapper, it's just all slow damage. It's just, it's all very slow. Like, it's not going to happen real quick, you know what I mean? It's not going to be over in a flash. But he's still going for it. All right, we got to be on point. Here we go. We got a full grip. Literally, nobody's even left this game. We are jamming, slamming, and Alabaman. Yeah, this is full tilt from Coolio. Bro, I gotta say I expected better. You're the best chat troll, but I gotta say I'm not impressed with your troll skills in game. Oh shit, he was actually here, and oh my fucking word. Bro, he just got tapped. He just got fucking tapped. I didn't even know he was there. I was just kind of sipping. Bro, like, it's bad. Like, I would just go on to the next group of nerds, man. Like, this is a bad one. This is the worst group of nerds you could be in here with. I'm telling you. I don't know what concoction of factors has come together to make it just unbeatable for that fucking sin. But it's there. Like, this is that time. This is that time. You just gotta go to that. Like, I would go to a nightmare game. Like, I would go to a nightmare game, bro, and just, like, they're probably level 60. You might be able to, like, one-tap them. You might be able to get those surprised kills, right? People will be like, oh, man, the little game is ruined. Like, bro, I have actually, I'm not even lying, I have actually never seen a game not get ruined as much. Well, let's go 53 is the next one. I've never seen a game not get ruined at all by a PKer. I've never seen I've never seen it happen. That's kind of funny. Like, at this point,
What do you need?
bro, but that's the thing, Coolio. I'm like, I'll be real with you for a minute, not even fucking around. That's more on you. You can't bring a fucking knife to a gunfight, bud. You're bringing a trap sin to a pub PK game. You're bringing a knife to a gunfight. What do you think these guys are gonna do when you step in there and you start trying to fucking PK? They're just gonna slap on the sword, and then you're gonna be left complaining with a whole bunch of shit to say. And the way to lose the way to lose the pub PK match is to say more words. That's basically what it is. Like, whenever you start having to say shit, you're probably losing, right? Because you're not PKing, you're usually in town. Like, you know, but if the other people are saying shit, they're probably pissed off. You've probably stopped their entire run. You know what I mean? Like, if they're saying shit, they probably lose. But if you're the one that's stuck in town saying shit, you have probably lost. Like, you know, you're actually just not doing anything at that point. Everyone has stopped you. So yeah, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight, I think. Like, honestly, I love and respect the hustle, but bring in like a NATO druid, or like a Hammerdin even. Hammerdin's a little weird because you still get caught by, like, you know, by the nastiness that's in here. We got we got Shaman, we've got Cobber, we've got Abrasive. Like, you probably don't want to bring a Hammerdin into that. But, you know, a Wind Druid could be okay. It's just, a Trapper is just the worst one to bring. Because even on your best day, I'm not even sorbing, right? I have actual no sorb. But I still feel like I'm just so much of an annoyance. I probably won't beat you with this setup, but my guy is enough of an annoyance where you have to deal with it on top of having 6 or 7 other people on top of you. So it's like, all it takes is just 5 people that halfway know what they're doing, and your sin isn't beating them. You know what I mean? That's just where we're at. They don't even need to be sorbing. It's just, I think a sin is just one of the worst ones to try to do pub PK with, especially trap sin. Mosaic sin would be all right. Yeah, but like I said, I mean, here you are in chat talking shit, and it's just like you're not killing people, you're not doing anything, you're not even interrupting the runs. Like, you know, so like I said, I mean, that just, it really says that, you know, don't get tilted. Like I said, I respect the hustle. I think it's cool. I mean, coming from someone who also does it, it's just sometimes you just tap out. You're like, oh, okay, all right, these guys got me. I mean, how many times have I done it live on stream? You think you've got it, you think you go into a game, you think you can beat people, and you get fucking wrecked, right? It happens all the time. But the worst thing you can do in that sense is just hold on to it thinking that, you know, like talking shit. Again, the more you talk, the more you've lost. Like, the true winner has said the least amount of words. Like, if you just imagine the people that have stepped into a, you know, a, you know, a pub duel game or a pub PK game, and you've done so little that you have not even affected anybody's typical gameplay. They might not even notice that you're there. Like, that's probably a loss, right? But it's when you get them to say words that you win. But if you're stuck in town or you're stuck in chat and you're talking shit, like, you're the one that's tilted, you're the one that's essentially lost. Like, I guess that's the point. Like, just, it's cool to just be like, LOL, that was fun. You know what I mean? That's the way to win it. Just don't get tilted, right? I mean, you essentially still lose, but it's the way to walk out of it, like, not looking too horrible, right? Not looking like you lost it badly. Like, just tap right out. Yep, all right. You know what I mean? I'm at home if you want to melee some. All right, I'm down for that, dude. I'm going to keep an eye and see if anybody else is sharing their screen. Julio, AFK 6 hours. See if anybody is sharing their screen after this. But Jerry, I'm totally down for that. If we don't see any duels by the time that this is done, and I think we've got 2 more minutes, I'm totally down for some melee, bro. I might have to make some slight adjustments to the build. All right, 67. All right, last one. I think we got a couple of minutes. We might be able to sneak in one more. Central game is up if anybody needs it. Primo, the man. Thanks, brother. That's awesome. Hugely helpful for the people that are dealing or dueling from different areas of the world or even different areas of the United States. It's good to have that central game up. Big cheers, big shout out to Primo. That's awesome, man. Appreciate you always getting that up and going for people. Dude, despite all the juck fuckery, that was actually kind of fun. I think we went from 41 to like 46 or so. We got like 5% despite the juck fuckery, which I think is kind of cool. Like on our slow grind to 99, you know what I mean? Kind of just AFK, not really paying attention. We got there. Like we're 46% of the way, I think. Yeah, or almost halfway to 99. Got 9 mil. Cobber is also up there, 98 as well. Oh, where can you see DFC chat? You should have, if you're in the DFC, you should have a DFC role in the Discord, which will give you access to the DFC chat channel. If you don't have that, let me know. Like, let me know what your Discord name is, and I'll give you the access right now. Like, because admittedly, the mods and the people that have been handling a lot of the behind the scenes stuff for the DFC have actually annihilated it. Have been doing great, keeping up with people on, getting their DFC privileges in there, adding them to the, getting their fights in, taking care of, adding them to the DFC sheet. Thanks for joining. So I actually just didn't check any of that this week. I just kind of relied. I was like, all right, these guys probably got it. So I tell you that story to let you know there's a chance I could have missed you for the DFC chat. All right, brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. Well, here it is, Jerry. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate a good group of tough guys here holding their ground against some pub PK. That shit was insane. All right, Jerry, message me. Do you have Discord? You have Discord, right? Yo, message me the game name. Make it like kind of a complicated password, and I'll join up. Oh, you heard about the melee section? Oh, hell yeah, bro. All right. All right, that's really good. I'm actually happy to hear about that because that was literally something. Thank you, by the way. Big cheers to you, Yeagle. That's something we were just talking about in the Melee Discord today. That we had added DFC to the sign up. So let me actually talk with you a little bit about this and show you what that means. I'm actually happy you're here. So this is usually what it is, right? We have this sign up sheet. We post these in the Discord. It's basically a link to this gamer.xyz website, right? Where you can sign up, you can, you can register, you can manage your registration. But now you can see in here that when I sign up, I have all of these options, right? Let me actually pop over to the other side of this so it's easier to see. But like, you can see that I have the option to go LLD, to go melee, right? So I can sign up on a melee character. And then when I sign up for the event, whoever is making, whoever is making the matches, they go in here and they see, okay, Cooley has signed up on a melee character, right? So when we make the matches, we match up melee characters on the card, right? It's very easy to call out, very easy to pick, add some variety to the card. So that's basically how it works. But yeah, it's relatively new. We're still kind of working on referencing an actual rule set to follow around the established melee rule set that people can easily access in all of the other DFC rules. But then eventually you just see, and it's always like this, it's just one fight on the card per night that you might have usually. And it would just be melee v melee or what have you. Yeah, and here we go. That's what it would look like. It's not like some big commitment for a tournament with melee. I think we might actually just go FT10. I think those will be the duels. Win by 2 FT10 or maybe FT7. It depends on how long they go. They're not long duels, but they're fun to watch, right? They're a lot easier, a lot different to watch. Yeah, so that's basically what it is. Very fresh, very new. I'm happy to see you here for that. It's so new. We might be at a point where we don't necessarily have all of our shit together, so I apologize for that. But I'm so happy that you're interested in melee and want to do this. And you know what? Let me get this going. I might actually try to jump into ZPK. Jerry, I just jumped into ZPK, bro. Let me see if there's room. There's one spot left. We got Silk the Shocker. We got Saint up in here. Yo, I see a Druid up in here. Gay Sarek is also pretty insane. Brazzers just popped in. Brazzers is really good. Yep, dueled him before. The password is usually 1, but I think we just filled up. Here, this is what I'm gonna do, Jerry. I'm gonna make ZPK2 password 1. ZPK2 password 1. This is gonna be a norm game. Hell yeah, Hansy. Big cheers to you, man. All right. According to some rule sets, death is BM. I'm actually just going to swap out to this. Gonna do some weird shit. We're just going to do it like this. Oh, look at this. He's showing off the ears. This is Coolio Low. He's got Evil's ears. I'm not exactly sure who this is, but this is something he wanted to show you guys. He wanted to make sure you saw that. so that you fucking know. This guy's making a statement that proves a lot. It does. Destroyed Botosaurus trash sin. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure you know that, Botosaurus. Like, he just... We don't know it's necessarily him that got the ears. However, it is something that needed to be shown off on this stream, all right? By the way, big cheers to you, Botosaurus. You're a champ, brother. Get him to duel me, bro. I mean it, 500 if he wins. Oh, shit, bro. Look, I have tried to get Coolio Low to duel people for, like, high-profile shit before. Dude, doesn't work. It just doesn't work. See, I think that was the pinnacle. Oh, I can't join with my pal. He's level 91. ZPK3. I'll take this away. I'll take the level difference thing away. What was I saying? I've had a lot of pina coladas tonight. I also got some, fucking let you guys know this. I got the expensive shit today. And by that, I mean, it wasn't the most bottom of the bottom shelf. It was like a step up from the bottom shelf. It was like the second bottom shelf, okay? I knew you guys would be proud. It's the Jim Beam, all right? It's like not the bottom shelf shit, but like the second. Look, we're making, it's like getting to 99, okay? You make the slow moves, okay? It's slow, incremental, steady movement. Slow and steady wins the race. It's not fucking, you're not just gonna be level 99 when you create a character. You're gonna move up slowly. And that's exactly what we did. Going up to the second of the bottom shelves, okay? Jim Beam, we're fucking here to go, all right? Keeps the spaceship flying, keeps it going 7 times the speed of light, all right? We're not fucking around anymore. That's the main point. And here we are. Yeah, big cheers. Max knows what's up. Jim Beam is good, man.
$1.78 from Tommy Fred's Trains.
By the way, Tommy Fred's Trains, dude, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. I actually think I went back and was watching DFC 100, and I think I actually missed a similar dono from you on that day. So I just want to say I'm sorry for that, bro. I try to acknowledge those when I see him. DFC 100 was a weird fucking day. But bro, big cheers to you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it now, and I definitely appreciated it then as well, even though I might not have seen it right there. So big cheers to you, brother. Really, really appreciate that. I went back. I was looking at some of the stuff. I wanted to know how it came out, and I saw that, and I like to critique. And I was like, what an asshole, dude. I didn't even say nothing to Tommy Fred's Trains. What a fucking dink. What an asshole this guy is. What a bad strimmer. What a friggin' horrible strimmer. That doesn't even pay attention. No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I'm actually, I just finished off the pina colada. We're gonna pour out the fresh Jimmy Beam for you, brother. As a special cheers, my dude. Much, much appreciated. Big cheers. Tommy Fred's Trains. Ruh-roh. Oh, yeah. My fucking word. Jaw? Is that his guy? That's not his guy. This Jaw is a smiter that's probably coming in here with a grief. Dicking around. You quit screwing around, Jaw. You quit screwing around. By the way, I see you, Botosaurus. Wait, what? Jerry Beatty, what's going on here? Is this you? Nah, this is a Zealer. All right, is this you? There's no shot. I thought your guy was 93. All right, hold on. We'll swing at it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, ZPK4. Oh, it's not him. All right, let me just beat Jaw real quick. This guy should be easy. Oh, fucking lag. I lagged. Going to ZPK4. Clear lag, yeah. Yeah, I would have had that, but I totally lagged. You guys saw it. You guys saw it. Yeah, that's totally a thing in Melee too, okay? I don't want to hear nothing about it. All right, lag is totally a thing in Melee. I don't care that you just have to click and hold. Okay? That you click and hold, and that there's not really a lot of teleporting or movement in general that happens.
Impossible. Impossible.
That shit's irrelevant, right? Lag is still a thing. And if it wasn't, then how come I can die as a result of lag? Oh, close one, dude. He's only level 91. That was very close. I actually had mentioned this in the video that the level difference isn't really that huge. I think at like 8 levels difference, it's probably pretty big. It's probably the difference of a couple percent of chance to hit. But also when you factor in the 75% block, like it's really not that big of a deal. Like it comes out to maybe 0.5%. Why was this made in hell? This is supposed to be a norm game.
I am overburdened.
This is rough. Now I'm amped. Yeah, all ZPK happens in norm, and the reason they do that is to try to negate as much of the torch damage as possible. Going and finish on my druid, and I can duel Montreana. GG. Sure, yeah. Let's do it. Let's go with ZPK 5. Here, I can make it too. ZPK 5. Password 1. Here we go. Yeah, I switched it up. By the way, Master Otis came in with a zealot earlier, was fucking tearing it up, bro. Dude was tearing it up earlier. By the way, I also see Butter. Speaking of people tearing it up, I'm just gonna pop into his stream, see how this is looking right here. Get it ready to swap over. In case y'all are wondering what's going on over there in the Discord, this is Butter getting ready to kick some ass. This is what it looks like. I'm not sure if he's ready to duel his opponent. He is sharing his screen, so I'm gonna keep an eye on this. Looks like he's very close and ready to go. But we might have some juck fuckery to do of our own right here. This is Sentinel. We were dueling the other day. He's actually got himself a legit fucking item now. He's got himself a legit melee item. We were dueling with Grief the other day. Sentinel has now got himself a real melee item. Holy shit. That was like some that was like some F Toll War or something. Like some F Blade. That shit was dope. That ain't no Grief. He's got himself some shit. He has stepped it up, bro. Okay, there it is. That's what I thought. It's a Hydra Edge. Yep, there it is. Very nice. See, look at how watchable this shit is, man. Look at how watchable this shit is. All right, this time I won't lag. This time I'm going to dual jaw. I ain't going to lag. No more lag. See, I told you last time. Y'all were wondering, you're like, why did you die to jaw? Fucking lagged, dude. Do you think I would do that shit in a real duel? Oh shit, hold on. I might be lagging a little bit. Nope, we got it. I could feel it felt like I was for a second. Yeah, you saw it, right? You saw it. But it turns out I wasn't lagging. A false alarm. Okay? turns out it wasn't that bad. Dude, I gotta say, this is dope that Sentinel's got himself like a nasty, like pretty nasty zealot weapon here. That's pretty good. Yo, bro, so I actually switched back on my zealot setup here. The build that I showed off on the video today was like the death setup. And apparently in some melee rule sets, that's BM. But also I figured out that probably the biggest problem with my original setup was the fact that I used the 36 AR charms. There's a reason they're cheap and just not necessary. You know, because we already have like 25k. We have more than that. We have actually, like, check this out. We have an ass ton of AR, 26.2k AR. Like, so we have enough AR. We probably just needed to stack up a little bit more max damage. So this gives us 8k, which is pretty decent. So this is like the newer version. It's like the EDC version with the max damage charms. That's like the kind of the new version I've landed on. Especially after getting my ass handed to me by Master Otis earlier, who was using Death version with Death's set, like Death's gloves, Death's belt, Death rune word. I was like, okay, we need to do something different. EDC OP till you find a sick E-Rep Zerker. Yeah, dude, in a Zerker, I actually, thinking back now, you just made me think of this, Andrew. I'm actually kind of pissed that I didn't mention that. Theoretically, a Zerker is the best base weapon that you can have in melee duels. Like for like melee weapons in general. A lot of people are like, what's the best base? Well, technically there's a lot of them, but in testing, in like trying out a whole bunch of different things, if you're gonna find an E-Rep weapon like those, find like a War Axe or a Naga or a Berserker Axe that's F and just up it. Like if it's a War Axe or a Naga, just up it. That's the best base. It's so good. I guess I need to level. Yeah, Jerry, I'm telling you, you might be there, dude. Like you're at just low enough of a level, I think, where it actually does start to matter. Let me see if I can actually pull up. While we wait here, let me see if I can actually pull up that same calculator that I referenced in the video. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so this is what I referenced in that video. Like, I was gonna mention places that you could go to check out, like, you know, all your chance to hit and all of this shit, but dude, it's a fucking formula, and it's so easy to plug it into a spreadsheet, which is exactly what I did. Like, I just went and found the exact formula and plugged it into a spreadsheet. Like, this is what it is. Like, here it is. Chance to hit equals min-max, which, like, the reason that it's a min-max is because it has to go at a minimum of 5% and at a maximum of 95%. Like, it can't be lower or higher than that. So that's why that formula's in there. But it's, I mean, there it is. That's basically the formula right up here that you see on, like, you know, if you go Google what the chance to hit is, it just takes all of these variables into account. So now here's the thing, if your level is 91, right, like you're a 91 din, you're now giving up, assuming that we have the same AR and same defense, you're now giving up like over a 2% chance to hit, which comes out to a pretty, even through the block and everything, is like over 0.5%. So at level 91 it's like kind of low. But now let's just assume that you don't have adequate defense, or that, you know, maybe you're at 18k or something. 18k versus my 26,000. Like, you know, this is, or I'm sorry, I'm level 91, you're level 99. Now look at this. Like, I have a 61% chance to hit you, 15% through real hit chance based on the block. Like, that's high level shit. Like, that's almost like casino going against me. It's so high. You know what I mean? So that's the point, is like, yeah, I would level up a little bit. Like, you know, I would try to at least get to 95, 96 or something. Do I still have restrictions on the game? Fucking hate. Hold on, let me see about this. Let me see if I can make. Okay, yeah, I still have the restrictions on. I'm just gonna make ZPK2, bro. ZPK2, no level restrictions now. Sorry about that. Did he really, Max? No shit. ITD doesn't work on PvP, but yeah, they ignore target's defense. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, the negative 25% defense works, but ignore target's defense does not work in PvP. It's like, it's a dead skill. Just doesn't work. All right, a lot of the war crying you're hearing in the background here is Mr. Butter. This guy looks like he's ready to. It looks like he's getting ready to go, getting fired up and ready to go here. This is Butter versus Sogi. Sogi on the Din. This should be interesting. He's Katsumoto in game. This guy is a newcomer to the DFC. The Din v Barb matchup is a very interesting one. We're gonna see how it goes. All right, yeah, he's just getting him acquainted here. FT4. I'm not 100% sure what he's on. I hope he's not on a H-Din. No, he looks like he's on a VT, which actually should be the most fair out of all of these for Butter, to tell you the truth. Yeah, there we go. Not bad. And he's actually in and out. Okay, so here we go. The first duel of the night. We've got Butter versus Sogi. Now, Sogi is on a VT. He actually got cracked there a little bit. Nice angles there from Butter. Oh my god, dude, he's surprising him. Sogi trying to stay on the outside and actually harass his opponent with FOH, but I'm telling you, that could actually be the wrong move here. It's good to harass the Barb from the outside with that FOH, but man, oh man, not sure what he's doing here. Oh, okay, he's trucking hams too. This is interesting. We're actually not 100% sure all of what Sogi's build is here. We're not 100% sure. Oh my god, and Butter gets there. GG, dude. It looks like he was chucking hammers. He was throwing smites. He was going with the FOH. Sogi's got... This guy is like a tribrid Din. Shit is nuts. Me versus Gabe after? Oh, fuck yeah, Sound. I can't wait for that. By the way, there's... speaking of which, Sound has thrown out an interesting challenge. I'm not sure if he's serious about this, or if this is just something he's doing to stunt. But in case you didn't see what he posted out in the VIP of the Discord, okay? In case you ain't one of the special people with the VIP access, all right? This guy has said if anybody beats him Din v Din, he's going to be gifting a 465 121 AR Perfect Knights mod Phoenix, which I say is great. I can't wait to beat Sound on the Din. I think it should be an easy win for me. I need an upgrade for that, you know, for the melee character that I have. All right, yeah, serious, dude. He's fucking donating that shit. If anybody can beat him on Din tonight. All right, so dibs on next. First, it's going to be Gabe versus Sound, which is the official matchup. But then after that, we're gonna have to have it out. We're gonna have to figure it out. Yeah, Dio. Yeah, if anybody beats him on Din. So this is a big challenge. It's like a perfect Knights mod Phoenix, which I mean, I'm gonna do it. I've got dibs on this. I'm gonna beat Sound's ass. All right. I've still got a vendetta against this guy for beating me in the DFC that one time. All right. On Din v Din, which clearly was lag, and this time we're gonna hopefully find a game that isn't lag, and I'm gonna win. All right. I'm gonna take that. So I'm sorry. Just don't even compete for it. It's basically mine. It's basically mine. By the way, so far, Butter actually getting some big hits in here. This is impressive so far. Sogi coming in with a very interesting style. I gotta say, this has been a fun match so far to watch. Very close, very back and forth. And Sogi's got a very interesting Din. He's getting in. He has like some pretty significant damage with FOH. It's like not dead. That damage with FOH is not dead. It's pretty significant. And he's also chucking hams too, which is fucking weird, on top of having smite. And there it is. Butter gets in there and finishes. It's every time that Sogi's got in there and he's tried to finish at close range with that smite, he's getting punished for it. It makes me wonder, we haven't actually seen the connections from Sogi's hammers. I'm not 100% sure if they actually hurt. He could just be chucking those to get his opponent to think a little bit. Not sure. I didn't pay attention to the aura that was at his feet and see if he actually went through to switch to like concentration, but he could just be throwing those to like fake his opponent out. Dio getting a free shield tonight. By the way, Elite, what's up, my dude? I don't know, dude. That shield's gonna be gone by the time he gets there. It's just gonna be gone. It's gonna be my shield. It's gonna be easy. Sogi verse is VT PKer? No shit. Is he really? That's really good. You know, I'm happy to see this. Butter's going up against it here. Butter's on a little bit of a bad luck streak in the DFC, so it's good to see him get a couple of wins in here against Sogi, who is a notorious VTPKer. That's actually really good to know. Very good to see, because honestly, I have thought Butters has kind of been underrated in the DFC a little bit. Like, I think this guy is actually pretty good on a barb, but he doesn't really get a big chance to shine. You know, and here it is again, getting put up against VTPKer right here. In getting put up against the Paladin. That's typically a rough match, but he's actually doing pretty well. Like, this is a very interesting performance here. I did not expect this. I expected this to be a complete shutout, you know, in favor of the Din, which was, it's one of those matches where you're like, it doesn't feel good, but we got to send it. You know what I mean? But right now, Butter is showing and proven, like, he's actually making the best out of this match, and he's currently up. Very close there, though. Butter didn't get there that round, but it was actually extremely close. Yeah, look at that. He was 1. His opponent was 1. And here we go, 2-1. In favor of Butter. This is a very interesting matchup. I gotta say, I love to see it, man. Is swap allowed? Yeah. Gear swap? Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's definitely allowed. If you want to see what he swapped out to after, you also have the right to see that. So after he swaps out, you can ask him like what he's wearing. If that changes what you're wearing, you can just say, all right, also swapping. You know, the point of it all is that in the DFC, we don't like to, it's not the type of organization where we like to just see these surprise wins where you don't know what your opponent's on and that's why they beat you and all of this stuff. So the spirit of being able to see your opponent's gear is just that. You know, okay, I'm a lightning sorceress. All right, well, do you self-wield infinity? Do you know, like, how is your sword set up? Oh, it's a secret. It's kind of dumb, right? Like, it's good to know what you're going up against so that, like, you don't just lose based on surprise, like, oh, didn't know that about it. You can always ask what your opponent's wearing. They have to show you. So, like, just cuts out kind of all the bullshit. Otherwise, you just have people stunting, showing up, like, keeping people guessing what they're wearing. They never figure it out. They're swapping shit. It's just a duel that's won at the stash. Instead, it's just like, okay, this is how it is. This is what I'm wearing. This is what you're going up against. Duel me. Yeah, and then you could be Max, and everybody knows that you're an elephant sin. You're packing facets. You're trying to literally sunder your opponent's resistances away. Big hits here. It looks like Sogi might have actually swapped to more of a VT setup here. It's hard to tell. I'm going to have to keep an eye on what he's doing for damage. Yeah, that's about 100 damage per tick right there. So it's hard to tell what he might have swapped to right there, but he's certainly got a very nice, very hard-hitting FOH. And Butters wisely rolling away, but he gets caught by that smite. Alternatively, to point this out, it also looks like there's a little bit of pixelation here. That's on my end, not you guys's. It also looks like Sogi has made some adjustments to maybe his DR, or he's made it easier for him to get on the inside and actually land smites. It seems like he's actually doing a little bit better with those. That might have been his gear swap. Yeah, people lie about their builds all the time. I've seen some people join up in the DFC, not gonna lie, and get tilted by the fact that their opponent gets to know what they're wearing. And, like, I get it. Like, you want to come in on these new builds and all of this stuff, but you kind of have to pick a camp of what the DFC is at some point. Like, what the tournament you're trying to run is at some point. We used to do blind matchups. If, for anybody that remembers the early days of the DFC, we used to do blind matchups. And they were miserable. Not only was it blind that you don't know who you were going up against, but you don't necessarily know what your opponent's wearing. and it was just kind of miserable. It just didn't feel like real duels. In this sense, you get the best of the best with the opponents that are certainly prepared for what you're going up against. If they can't beat you, they can't beat you. Like, it's pretty definitive that, like, you will likely win the matchup. Yeah, on the other end of that, you also have, you know, you could have these situations that we haven't seen in the DFC, by the way. But you could have these situations where people are just refusing to duel because people keep swapping in the matchup. They're swapping to something in the stash, so they swap to something else. Like, you know, that doesn't necessarily happen. We haven't seen that happen ever in the DFC, but it's possible that that could happen. Like, oh, okay, well, you're wearing, you know, self-wielding Infinity, so I'm going to stack all this light res. Well, since you're stacking all that light res, I'm no longer going to self-wield Infinity. All right, well, since you're no longer wielding Infinity, I'm going to swap back to this. Well, since your res is lower, I'm going to swap back to Infinity. You see that very well could happen, but it hasn't happened. Like, but that is definitely something that could. By the way, now it is 3-2 in favor of our boy Butter. Looks like a little bit of lag, a little bit of pixelation here going on, not just in the pixels, but the actual sound looks like it's being a little fucky. So if you're hearing a little bit of fuckiness, that's on my end, not yours. I'm just gonna mute it just in case. Yeah. All right, here we go. Is that better? Sounds like a light res cap is needed. LOL. Well, like I said, it's something that theoretically could happen. We haven't seen it, but it theoretically could happen with that setup. The other setup is you just have people who are, you know, you get these surprise wins, and someone wins until people have figured out through, you know, multiple duels what their build is and what they're doing. Which I just don't think is in the spirit of PvP. I think in the spirit of PvP, you have people like Max. Oh my God, big wins right there. 4-2 in favor of Butter. I did not expect this, boys and girls. I thought we were feeding Butter to the wolves here tonight, but he gets there versus DFC newcomer Sogi on a VT. And Sogi being actually a pretty solid VT PK artist himself. That's pretty nasty. Congratulations to Butter getting out, pulling himself out of that streak and just fucking getting there, dude. That was an impressive performance. Now putting himself in the winner's bracket, getting himself a win. That's GG. Yeah, I would agree, Root. We did ban life tap quite a long time ago in that matchup, just because if Din has life tap there, it's so miserable. It's one of the worst matchups to watch. You feel bad for the Barb. He almost gets there, and then suddenly tap goes off, and you just immediately lose. That was impressive. Very nicely done. All right, we're cutting over to look at this. Look at all of the juck fuckery that's going on here. Sound has actually made this challenge out there. I'm gonna see if I can join up on this game here too. Looks like he's got a lot of interest in people trying to take this shield from him. I can't tell you even what it is, but he's got a lot of interest in people trying to take this shield from him. And you can tell because everybody's in his game. They're all trying to Din v Din this guy, but nobody's got the same Din skills as previous DFC champion Cooley. I don't really know the password to this game. Oh, I've cracked it. I'm so good at cracking passwords. All right, and here we go. Now we see. We've got a whole bunch of... Look, this whole game... I just want to show you this. This whole game... Basically all Dins. Like, we got a lot of Dins going up against Sound. Technically, it's Gabe v Sound right now is what it's supposed to be. And then we've got a few Dins on deck, trying to take this Perfect Phoenix mod ST Phoenix, or Perfect Knights mod ST Phoenix from Sound, beating him on the Din. Look, count me in, okay? I haven't even swapped anything up, but it should be an easy win versus Sound. You can see me there in town, just kind of lining up. I'm just gonna go stand and, you know, kind of just big dick it. Stand right in front of Sound, as you can see. Just let him know who's gonna be taking it next. All right, and here we go. Yeah, Chuck knows what's up. And anything that says I'm not the top din is just a statistical anomaly that has come into the DFC because I chose not to play din for a few weeks. Okay, it's not necessarily that anybody beat me on a din per se, all right, or that anybody performed better than me, or that anybody straight embarrassed me on a din. That didn't happen. It's just that we chose to play different things. A lot of duelers, I would say, are above level 95. Above 95, like 96 and above. Usually. Yeah, but at some point it really doesn't matter. Yo, DJ, kill it. We got the actual official music going on right here from Act 1. In case y'all didn't hear it. Like this is Act 1 music. This is some good shit. Little bit of rogue encampment music. I hate to have the duel and banjos going on. Yeah. Well, honestly though, like it really doesn't matter. There comes a point where the level really doesn't matter as much unless you really do care about the skills, unless you care about the you know, the stat points, the skills. That's really the big thing that it matters in versus all. The hit checks and the level calculations don't matter so much. As we pointed out in the video today, when it comes to actually connecting on your opponent, attack rating and defense is way more important. Level does matter to a very small degree, but it's not hugely important. So that's why in D2, and this is what I love, like when I was playing Diablo 4, one of the things I hate about it is you almost certainly have to be level 100 before you even think about stepping out and competitively dueling in the Fields of Hatred. It's not necessarily the case in D2. You could step out as a 95, 96, 91 and be okay. Like you could actually put up a reasonable offense or a reasonable defense. And check that chart I sent you. Oh, all right, hold up. In PM. Yo, dude, what? No fucking way. Hold on. For real, dude? Oh, real? Yo, I wish I would have had this when I made that video. I'll show you guys what that is in a second after this round. It looks like Sound and Gabe just started up here. Okay, this is interesting. It's Gabriel, an absolutely savage VT player that we have seen tear it up on a VT in the DFC here, going with the shoulder trick, trying to punish Sound. Sound is previous DFC champion on a din. This guy is fucking serious, man. And he's getting in here pulling to Joby, just getting in here chucking them hams, not trying to lose to a VT on a Hammerdin. Last week we saw Maddie versus Joby, and that was where Maddie was on the Hammerdin, Joby was on the VT, and Joby just shut Maddie's shit right down, dude. Wasn't even close. It wasn't even a 4-3 duel. I won't even say. All right. The point is, these can be close duels. All right, and it really all depends on the skill level of the player on the din. Right now we have Gabriel, an absolutely savage VT player, landing some nasty smites against Sound with a big comeback here. Sound being very patient, looking for those hammers, looking to try to cut Gabe off. But man, oh man, and he gets there. Gets there with a very well-placed ham. I think he was getting a little aggressive there at the end, just knowing that he probably only needed one ham to finish the duel. But there it is. Sound says, look, if anybody beats me on a din tonight, we got this perfect Knights mod Sacred Targe Phoenix in store for you, because we just don't think it can be done. Oh, it's a Zaka Phoenix? Okay, yeah, even better. We'll take it. We'll take it. It's a slight upgrade for VTPK. Wow, big cheers to that. Thank you, Sound. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's how I feel. Clean is like, you know, the level doesn't necessarily matter in versus all. In melee, it certainly matters. You know, it matters slightly, I should say, but matters less in this. You don't necessarily need to be the highest level to be effective in PvP, which is really cool. You don't need to grind to 99 to be effective, which feels good. A lot of my characters are not level 99. I have 2 level 99 characters. And I don't even duel with him anymore. And there it is. Gabe goes down in round 2 to Sound. Previous DFC champion. Gabe trying to work his way up those ranks. But man, he's got an incredible din to go through here tonight to prove his dominance on these din ranks. And I'm telling you, ever since Sound has come back to the DFC, really seen the creativity of this guy and the absolute skill that this guy has on the din. This guy was a very rare breed of din player. We're talking somebody who has the skills, the ability to get that 3-piece combo in there, to do the Smite FOH Telestomp combo. He can get you with that, but this is also the same guy that busted out the bow and arrow versus me, that also was so savagely able to switch to a different type of din based on the matchup that he was going up against. Not necessarily fully tokening either, just being able to use Smite when it was more convenient for him, when it was more opportunistic for him. And even there you see him with a very clutch, very opportunistic stomp of Gabe, putting him down, making it a clean 3-0 so far. This guy is a dominant previous DFC champion, looking to bring back in all of these wins, putting himself right in the winner's column. Easy, son. Now, Piwa, that likely won't happen. We're gonna actually show how to shut that down after this. We're gonna get that Zakaroom Phoenix. Shouldn't really be that hard, to be completely honest. Okay, but I don't want to. Let's not be selfish. Okay, right now it's about Sound. Right now it's all about Sound. Right. Nice stomp there from Sound. And it looks like Gabe is doing the reverse shoulder trick here. He's walking down, and the point of him walking down like that is that's some next high-level play right there. He's actually assuming that he's going to be able to predict Sound when he comes in, because when you're walking down, you're not able to do that shoulder trick, or at least to my knowledge, you're not able to do it. So he's not going to accidentally get Sound on a stomp, right? But what he's hoping to do is bait him into stomping in the wrong direction and quickly turn the tables on him just like that. Very nicely done here. He's keeping Sound guessing as to which direction he's going. He's not being one-dimensional and predictable. That's really good from Gabe. This is why Gabe is an insanely good din too. Like, he is quickly adapting to his opponent, learning what to do, what not to do, trying to bait him in ways that he might not necessarily be used to. Yeah, 6K life. That's nuts. Ooh, nice stomp there from Gabe, but a narrow escape from the previous DFC champion in Sound. Being really sneaky with that FOH there. I like that. He flashed the FOH, which was very telegraphic that he had a name lock, but then he actually switched back to throwing hammers to make his opponent think that it was only a one-off name lock there. That's some high-level shit from Sound right there. Like, very high-level shit. He always kept the name lock, but he didn't want his opponent to think that he had the name lock. That was very good. And now he's getting in there, chucking some hams, doing a great job, but he now might be FOH PK, and that's something that Gabe has in his favor. It looks like Sound doesn't want to get finished. Doesn't want to drop a round versus Gabe, but now he's almost certainly FOH PK, and he's gonna make Gabe run for it. He's gonna make him chase it. And Gabe could theoretically get there. He's gotta be patient. Even if Sound reps back a little bit of life, I was gonna say he's then 2-shot FOH, but he does get there. And won. 3-1 so far in favor of Sound, but Gabe does get there. Big comeback, man. I'm telling you, this is why Gabe is so good. He adapts to what his opponent's doing. You saw those very interesting fakes there. He wasn't doing the up smite anymore. He wasn't doing the shoulder trick. He was walking sort of down. And that was to force Sound to be like, look, I'm not going to shoulder trick you. You want to stomp me? I'm not going to shoulder trick you. You want to race? Like, I'm not gonna shoulder trick you. Come on in. Like, come on in. Try to pick an angle on me. Like, try to either stomp me or pick an angle, and I bet I'll beat you. And he did a great job there. That was a very nice, interesting challenge. Yeah, this is best of 7. FT4 is what it is. So currently, it slightly favors sound here at 3-1, but it very well could easily turn around. Just to show you a little bit of what we're looking at here before we get into this round. That's the chart that Max sent me right here. We're gonna check this out here in a little bit. That thing is sick. That's basically hit chance. It looks like it's hit chance based on defense and AR and all of this. It's just someone made it out into a pretty looking chart. Sound towning a little bit there. I think it's hard to tell if he's scared or if it was a mistake. A hard telling, not knowing. All right, and here it is. Gabe just going in with this more of this bait strategy, and the more that he walks down like this, oh, big chain from Gabe, but it doesn't pay off. Sound gets there with some very interesting hams. That was an insane chain there from Gabe, just baiting it, man. That was nasty. Very, very good duel from the two of these guys right here. All right, now we gotta show this dude. Hold on. We gotta, before we get into this chart shit. Sound, I'm coming for that shield. Gotta let him know. Yeah, I hate to do him like that, but I mean, man, he's a hammered in. We're not really gonna be doing much. We're just gonna be cutting him open. Yeah, this should be pretty easy. Gosh, I hate to do him like this, but, you know, guys, I apologize, man. Hate to embarrass the poor lad like this. Yeah, you know what it is, Gertie. Hate to embarrass the poor lad like this, you know. But well, when you put out that there prize like that, man, we gotta upgrade that. We gotta get some upgrades for the Zealot Den, and that's just what it is. He's level 99. I'm only level 98, so it very well could be that he gets there on us. Thanks, brother. Good luck to you. All right, let's do it. Next duel of the night. We're actually dueling for a shield right now. If I beat Sound, I get his shield. I get a Zacharoom Phoenix 65-121 perfect Knights mod Phoenix. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, 465 ED Phoenix Zacharoom. That's what it is. Personalized too. I'm actually really looking forward to that. All right, here we go. Man, I hate to do him like this, man. It should be pretty easy. Yeah, I hate to do him like that, really. Oh, I don't even have any potions. All right, we got to get us some potions. Grab that potion. Oh, thank you for the mana potions. Appreciate you. He's got a ton of hams going here. I think we're good under that conviction, bro. don't think it's doing a lot to us. I think we tagged him with a little bit of open wounds there. This is a very high level Din duel right here. Very high level Din duel. That's okay. We'll just gentleman duel right here. Go grab some manas. Oh, I lagged. I actually lagged there. You guys saw that, right? You saw that ping? You guys saw that? You got, what was the, hold on. FPS, yeah, 94. Holy fuck, I've never seen such bad lag. I'm at 141. Holy shit. Yeah, DDoS. I think he was actually DDoS in there. A little bit BM to DDoS mid-duel, but a little bit BM. But I suppose we'll take it. Hold on, we're gonna swap to this. We're gonna swap to some juck fuckery here. A little bit of bow action going on with the open wounds. Oh, we got to roll. All right, yeah. First one's free, as Toshank has always said. Yeah, dude, honestly, it's so funny that you mentioned that, Odin, because I honestly think I got hit by a solar flare at the house, like, earlier today. Not even lying. Like, did anybody else get hit with a solar flare today? Like, all your electronics shut down and shit? Did that happen to anybody? I ain't scared of no Zon, but also, oh, Bruno, let's fucking jam it, bro. Yeah, I just want to see that build, bro. It looks fun either way. All right, he wants to play real Din powers right here. He wants to get the real Din skills going on. All right, this is a real Din duel. He's actually gotten hit by some hams. A little bit of lag here. Oh, we might have to stack up the light res. That, yeah, that, conviction is doing some work. I meant to stack up the light res so we couldn't get any cheesy wins. We'll do it this time. GG. It's now 1-1. We didn't want any cheesy wins up in here. All right. What do we need? We need like 360 some odd, and then he can't. Essentially cuts out all the bullshit. All right, hold up. I think, yeah, 360 cuts out all the bullshit, right? Not sure. I might have to give up a little bit of this stuff, but 365 is like 2 charms worth. Yeah, we're good. There we go. 369. Certainly is. Conviction is pointless now. I would love to see it, honestly. The original matchup, Bruno, was for the inner cloister, which, like, I only did that because I had no idea who Kim Sulky was. But I was like, either way, if he's even good on a Zon, he does not need to be teleporting around in a big area. You can actually beat Dins at close quarters combat, so we're just gonna give Bruno a chance. Like, and that's exactly why we put it there. I would love to see that though, dude. Like, I'm down for it either way. All right, it's currently 1-1. This is pretty good right here. This is versus Sound. Sound is in the tank hard, dude. He ate it that last round, and now he's in the tank hard. He's really thinking. He went back to the stash. He's trying to figure his shit out here. Oh, he's busting out the bow himself. Okay. All right. This is reminiscent of what happened before here, okay? Remember that time he beat me in the DFC because he busted out the bow? I thought he got rid of it. I thought he fucking actually got rid of it. I didn't think he had a bow anymore. Kind of not fair. Honestly, the fact that he has a bow, kind of not really that fair, if I'm being real. Hold on, I gotta set up the cleanse. Yeah, kind of not fair that he uses the bow. I don't know who fucking does that shit. Like, who busts out a bow on a paladin? What is this guy, a noob? What is this guy, trying to cheese or something?
I am overburdened.
What is it? What is he pulling out? Some cheesy tactics? All right, we got to cleanse off all this poison. All right, see, that cheesy shit has got to go.
Good evening.
See that? You see that cheesy shit's got to go. I don't know who uses the bow in these paladin duels. Who ever thought about doing that? But the true skill is coming. It comes down to who can chuck them hams, right? It comes down to who chucks the hams just slightly better, right? Ain't no sense, ain't no reason to bring a bow into this, okay? I don't know who does that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't have any 451s. We don't believe in that kind of noise. We just do the open wounds, which is completely legit. That's a game mechanic. I'm not done proving that Zeal can work in top end duels. I cannot wait. I hope you get fucking, I hope you Zeal lock this Zon and shut him down. I really do. All right, we need to re-up on the mana. We've been chucking a lot of hams. Damn, boys. I believe it's 3-1. I told you, Dio, that fucking Phoenix shield is as good as mine, bud. I told you it's as good as mine. I believe it's 3-1.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, boy, I hate to do this. Like I said, I really hate to do this to him live, but I do need an upgrade for that Zealot. I really hate to... He says, let's go, Sound, you can't lose. I don't think he was preparing to lose, okay? But we do need this upgrade.
I am overburdened.
Look, we can't... I think he's gonna bust out the... I think he's gonna try to cheese it. I think he's probably gonna try to cheese it with a bow or something. Like, he's gonna try to bust out a bow. He isn't gonna want to go din v din with me. He's gonna want to be a trans boa. That's what he's gonna do. Don't know who does that shit. Gonna be a trans boa din. Don't know whoever started that trend, but I wish they wouldn't have. Whoever came up with the idea that you should be putting a bow on a paladin. Whoever introduced that concept to the world. It definitely wasn't me, okay? This was seriously JSP before me. All right, we about to show him how to do this. All right, he's playing the smiter role here. All right, we'll play that. We'll play that game. You can be Joby, we'll be Maddie. I thought for sure we had that.
I am overburdened.
Oh man, he's going right in between those hams, bro. He's going right in between them. Oh my god, dude. All right, all right, all right. We got a little sloppy there. Not gonna lie, we got a little sloppy there. Okay, we got a little sloppy there. He's still an H'd in, and he just beat me with smite. He's just rubbing that in. He's just pointing it out there. All right, he's just throwing it out there. All right, still lagging. All right, I'm fucking 125 pinging. 125 pinging it, okay? He might still be an H'd in, but I'm still lagging. All right, if we're getting technical. Yeah. If we're getting technical, dude, okay? I hate to bust out the math. I hate to bring math into this, but I'm fucking lagging. All right, here we go. 3-2. He actually did a great job there. Bullshit. Yeah, right, dude. All right, well, we're gonna just be a Telly Boa then. I'm just gonna be a Telly Boa then. All right. See, today we identify as a Zon. Today we are a Zon. We have the ability to be a Zon when needed. Oh, dude, he's at full health. I think he's probably not lagging. Okay, so he doesn't have cannot be frozen. So if we tag him with one of them arrows, we could get there. No way! Wow, 3-3. Holy shit, dude. He's just playing Smiter. All right, how do I cheese the Smiter? How do I cheese him? By playing... He's obviously hacking. Okay, I hate to outsound like this. I hate to throw him out the world like this, but ever since he loaded up those hacks, now it's a close duel. All right, now suddenly...
Good day.
All right, that's all I'm saying, okay? All right, but the real question is, how do I beat a hacking Smiter, okay? You blind guided isn't hitting him? Okay, so we need to do better with the guided. We need to do better with the guided. This is a big challenge. This is FT4. The next win wins. He'll have to join VTPK ladder. Oh, wow. All right. I think they're just sweetening the deal for him here. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not a VT. Like, this would be me on a VT. I would be throwing hammers. Me and Dazer are getting ready. Oh shit! All right, bro. This is likely the last round between us right here. All right, well, I gotta kill sound real quick here. Yeah, I just gotta get him real quick. I think every time we see him, we're just gonna shoot down his oak. He was so lucky right there, he has no idea. Oh, now he's chucking them hams. Okay. Okay. Now he's chucking them hams. All right, here we go. We just have to get good with the bow. We just have to work on our aim with the bow. I'm pretty sure that'll get us there. No way! Good duel, dude. All right, he got there. He defended that fucking shield. All right, I gotta say, I'm actually impressed. I felt like he was holding back, man. This guy is back. This is what it takes. I honestly felt this. This is the first time I dueled fucking sound. I felt it, dude. It just took dueling the top din to fucking turn this guy on, to fucking get him going. And that's exactly what we did. I feel bad for any din that goes up against him now. Like, literally, he was dueling different versus Gabe. He was dueling shitty versus Gabe. We were going to punish him for that, all right? But now, it just took a couple of rounds. I told you, took a couple of rounds where he lost. He lost a couple of rounds, and then he fucking turned it up. He came online, dude. He fucking came right online. I'm telling you, that's what it takes. He just has to duel the 2023 top din, and that's all it is. That's all it takes. All right, we're in like a P7 game here, so don't worry about that. We're just gonna smite declone here while we get this up and ready to go. Yeah, 2 wins in one night. GG. Absolutely phenomenal. I gotta say, that was really good from Sound. He is back, man. This guy is a savage. Absolute savage. By the way, he says Montreana in here. I think this might be, who is that? I think, yeah, that's Trafalgar. I think Trafalgar trying to get that duel in there with Montreana. Looking forward to seeing Sound versus Dio if that happens. Din v Din, that'd be funny. That would be interesting. I'm so proud of Sound. That guy's back, man. I'm telling you. Took him a couple of rounds there, but as soon as he noticed he was dueling the people's top Din, you could see it in him. You saw it in him. He started changing trajectory, man. He started doing the smite. He was like, all right, I gotta come back online here. And then when he was in trouble, he had his back against the ropes, he started chucking them hams. And I'm telling you, bro, he showed every version of that paladin that he can be. And he fucking showed and proved tonight. That's awesome. Telling you, he's back. There it is, another one. Paladin slain by Sound. Damn, man. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I'm getting this fired up right now. Thank you, Nate. We're in the background. We're getting this fired up right now. This D clone is gonna drop us a 2010 though. Hold on, real quick. I hated to cut D clone off. He was gonna drop us a 2010. And look, whenever that happens, the stream can't miss a 2010 dropping live, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I really hate to delay the duel, but this was like a P8, just characters going back and forth, 2010 dropping live like it's no problem. Fuck, dude. All right, we're checking that down. We're pretending that it didn't happen. I apologize for wasting you guys' time. Man, I don't know why we took so long doing that. All right, I do see Days are ready to go here. It is like late his time too. It's like 2 a.m. Let's get this guy's duel ready to go here. Nate Diesel versus Dio. Versus Dazer. Nate Diesel versus Dazer. Dazer, the current champion. This is the title fight right here. This ain't no fucking around. Boys, this is big shit. All right, we got to get one of these guys streaming and showing their screen so we can see. We still need coin flip for region. No, technically you don't. So this is how it happens. It goes champs region first. So champs region first, and then if the champ goes 3-0, the champ wins, right? Because that ends the duel. So it goes champs region first. If the champ wins, if the champ goes 3-0, the champ cannot be beat. It's champ advantage. If you have to swap server, it will only go to 3-0 in that server. If the champ was not beat, the champ wins. But if it goes 3-1, so much as 3-1, it swaps to the different server, and then the champ's got his back against the ropes. Yeah, so the reason it starts up with champ server there is because if the champ 3-0s, it's over, and no other fights need to be fought. So that's why we always say, sorry about that. I should have specified that. That's sort of something that we came to when Vamp the Champ was, taking the title for however long of a run he took it for. It was very long, 10 defenses in a row. We just decided that. We're like, technically there's this thing called champ advantage, where if you don't beat the champ, you don't beat the champ. It doesn't come down to a coin flip, right? So if you... typical duels happen like this. They go on a server, you go, on the home server for any given player, you go best of 5 there, right? So you would go to 3 wins. And then you switch servers and you go best of 5 again. However, the champ advantage is it will never come down to what it comes down to at the other ranks. Such as a coin flip, right? Oh man, it's a tie score, so coin flip. Where is it going? It will always go to the champ. Like if you don't beat the champ, it will always go to the champ. So if it's 3-0, if it's 3-1, 3-1, the champ wins. It's champ advantage to make it so that it doesn't come down to a coin flip as to who has the title. It was something we started way back in the day. It's still a thing. I still kind of like it. Yeah, that's where we're at with it. By the way, we also got to put this down. I got to put down fight of the night so far. We've seen Sound versus Gabriel and a follow-up duel versus Cooley. This guy holding on to that 465 Phoenix like it's fucking gold. Let me tell you. And then we also saw Butter. I'm gonna put that down for. I'm gonna put Butter down for performance of the night. Actually. Winners column versus VTPK. That was a big win, dude, for Butter. That was nuts. We'll have to keep that in consideration. So basically, to remind you as to what happened, Butter came in. We kind of threw him to the wolves there, essentially. We threw him to the wolves. We didn't, it felt bad that he was going up against the Din, but dude came out, actually took it, and came out on top against a...
$9.99 from Fawheel. Asterisk less than. Cheers.
Titties is less than, I'm going to guess that's basically Titties is less than DFC, which the math checks out. Full Wheel, thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate that 10 spot, brother. Big cheers. Man, thank you so much. Yeah, so basically what happened there was Butters came out with an unexpected win and just absolutely dominated against a well-known VTPKer tonight. And honestly, I almost just want to circumnavigate everybody else's vote and just say Butter wins performance of the night. I expected that guy to lose. I felt bad making that matchup for a Barb player who has been on kind of a recent bad luck streak in the DFC. It felt bad, but I'm so glad that it happened because we got to see Butter in a back against the ropes scenario where he came out on top and won. That shit was insane. All you got to do is just have an account on gamer.xyz, and then every week when we pop the notification in the Discord, just go ahead and sign up, and then we know what you're on. Sign up on your character that you want to play as, and we'll get you a matchup. It's that simple. Still waiting on either Dazer or Nate Diesel to share their screen. Still waiting, still tipping, still getting there. Hold up, DJ. We're gonna need to swap it. We're gonna need to swap it because shit's getting epic here. This is gonna be title match shit. This is title match shit. All right, and there it is. Dazer sharing his screen. Let's pop in and check this out, man. All right, this is Dazer's point of view here. I do see a little bit of juck fuckery going on here. Just a little bit of...
€5.99 from Javier Islas. Cheers to everyone. What a great night so far.
Javier, aka Javito PvP, my dude, thank you so much. Big cheers to you, brother. Really appreciate that. What a great night so far. Yeah, it has been crazy. We had an interesting start with the Terrorized Throne where everybody is just, they're gonna be doing Terrorized Throne. It's just how it is. We're all duelers, right? We're all trying to get there. We're all trying to get to level 99. Man, big cheers to you. Really can't thank you enough. Javito, my dude. That's huge, brother. Big cheers. Y'all have got me sipping so much shit, I got to piss tonight. But look, hold on, this is going to be epic. We're not fucking around, guys. Who's your money on? Because this right here is the decisive battle of the night. This is champ versus challenger. Who will win? Only time will tell. But for right now, I've got to piss. You keep me posted. I'll do it live. No. Yeah, sound. I let sound have that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm muted. They can't hear me. Yeah, I let sound have it. I'm just happy to have him back. Yeah. Yeah, happy he's back. And we're back. Yeah. Here we are, looking at the reigning defending champion himself. This is Dazer. Mind you, this guy, a little bit of a success story in the DFC back in his days. And by that, I mean when this guy was coming of power in the DFC, was really showing how nasty of a sin player that this dude is. He was essentially virtually cock-blocked by Vamp the Champ, the guy that just could not let a sin player close, could not let a sin player play, right? This guy was never able to obtain the DFC title back in the day when Vamp the Champ had such a dominant reign. And you guys know from back in those days, those duels could last for literally days. They could be very long ones, right? But now we actually get to see the true skill, the true sin power of Dazer. With, like I said, I mentioned this in DFC 100. I feel like his sin skills were sort of outshined by just the dominance of Vamp the Champ at the top. So I don't think a lot of people got to see how good Dazer was on a sin. But this is the type of guy, originally, when we saw him join up in the DFC, we saw this guy grow from sin player, hybrid sin player, kind of feeling his way out, feeling his way around the dueling scene, to becoming one of the most dominant and decorated champions of all time. This guy has won countless tournaments. I forget how many he said in DFC 100 that he's actually won, and actually has has some decorated wins against. Oh, look at this, untouched there. And one could easily say, all right, one could easily say that a sin player could lates the shit out of this duel, but a good sin player will do exactly what Dazer did right there. A good sin player doesn't give the Din enough time to set up. A good sin player will not let the Din just throw random hams and get just a moonshot at winning by throwing random hams up. They'll keep that constant pressure and stay just out of the line of fire of that Din, just like Dazer did right there. Incredible sin play right there. And I know a lot of Dins who would actually keep the distance, some of which who might even take off Chaos. This guy's showing that he ain't even afraid. This dude keeping Chaos on this duel right here, where he clearly has every incentive to be a trapper. And this is Dazer. This guy is just top tier sin player. Definitely not in Din favor, that's for sure. We didn't expect it to be like this, honestly. We didn't expect it to be like this, but at this point, Nate Diesel deserves the title shot. This guy needs some good challenges, right? And you never know. You can't count Nate Diesel out. This is the type of guy that will show and prove. Like, he will surprise you when you least expect it. And there it is. Big shot from the ham right there. And it appears as though, just in the course of this very long duel here, Dazer's going to be able to take about 3 hammers. So one big one there from the start that Nate Diesel just landed. But now he's very low, and there it is. The number 1 takes him out for a 2-0 victory here very early on. I gotta say, Kyle, I actually respect Dazer's way of playing the sin. So I of all people to be champion on a sin, I gotta say I got the most respect for Dazer because I fucking love watching this guy play. He can pride it out if he needs to, but it's very rare that he ever does. Like, this guy, as you saw when he gained the title against Muchez last a couple weeks ago in DFC 100, that was a duel where most sins would just kick back and throw some traps and, do their sin thing. It was a duel where Dazer got in there, kept you guessing. He kept Muchez guessing as to whether or not he was going to go in, whirlwind, keep the traps up. And most of the time, it was a combination of everything. That's exactly what he did. And that's just the way that Dazer plays. Hyper aggressive, very good at this. Look, I mean, the type of Sin player that isn't afraid to walk. How often do you see this? How often do you see Sin players walk down versus Dins? A lot of them too scared to do such a thing, right? This is almost reminiscent of like the phase 1 of Vamp the Champ, right? Where like, you know that if he has the aggressive play style against you, he's got no respect. You haven't earned his respect. And I feel like that's the phase that we're in with Dazer right here. Walking down against the Din, chucking the trap, showing the aggression. He says, no respect. This is the champion's realm right here. This is the champion's game. And he's making it very difficult for Nate Diesel to win right now. And there it is, a 3-0 victory and title defense from Dazer. There it is. Unbelievable. How many Sin duels do you know? It took me longer to go take a piss than it took Dazer to finish 3 rounds of a Sin v Din duel. And that is why Dazer is an exciting Sin champion right there. Unbelievable. Very nicely done, man. And look at these all matching charms and all this. And to be fair, though, I will say, to be fair, this is certainly not in Nate Diesel's favor, okay? Like, I feel like we have to be fair in saying this. It's certainly not in his favor, as it rarely ever is in the favor of any Din player going up against insert build here. You always have the odds stacked against you, right? I think on any other day, I'd be rooting for Nate Diesel here, right? Like, I'd be hyper excited to see what he could pull off. It's just so refreshing to see a Sin player like Dazer at the top and playing the way that he plays. Both players here, though, extremely good. I'm talking Nate Diesel, hyper aggression. You saw those nasty stomps there as well. It's very hard to get in on a Sin player, especially a savvy one like Dazer, and actually land hits like that. Like, that was impressive, man. Very, very nicely done. But holy shit, man. Big title defense from Dazer. Incredible. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough to do, brother. Like, that's just... Man, oh man. But it's certainly not in the Din's favor. To be fair, it's not in the Din's favor. But also, to put it in perspective, most Sins would never approach that duel the way that Dazer just did. We'd still be waiting. It'd be 2 hours later, we'd see the Sin win. Me and Punch gonna go soon? Fuck yeah, dude. I cannot wait to see that. Keeping an eye on that one for sure. Bro, that is nasty. Unbelievable win there for Dazer. It's, like I said, so refreshing to see a Sin player play like that. Hey, man, you ready? I'm ready, bro. Let me know game. This is Riz. Me and Riz pitted against each other here tonight. Look, I don't know who the DFC matchmakers are, right? But these guys put me on the Brawler versus Riz. The most aggressive player in the world, okay? I don't know if the DFC matchmakers knew that whirlwind builds are not what I want to duel against on my Barb. However, that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of where we're at, you know? I guess we just have to pull it off. We have to make it happen. I'm going to use these Juves, and hopefully that will be enough to get me there. I'm going to need all the help I can get. This is Riz, most aggressive player in the entire world, let alone D2. We have a couple of 451s here. I don't think we really want them, to tell you the truth. I actually just think that we want to go toe-to-toe with this guy. We want to have a little bit of poison, but we kind of want to have... I might have to go grab my melee charms from my melee character. Wow. Yeah, I might be plumb out of charms. We do need this, though. We could do a little cube bow. I do need to swap this out. We need to get the real setup going on here, not some PVM shit. We need to get the real shit going on. Which means this. And we need the bow. This is gonna be a real duel. All right, I might actually need to swap some charms out, though, as odd as that is. I need to go find my melee charms. I think I took some melee charms, put them on my zealot. I think we need to swap it up a little bit. Let me check the stash just in case. Make sure I didn't chuck them. Oh, I did. I chucked a couple of them over here. Okay. 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 Maybe I don't need to swap. Hold up, nah. Hold up, nah. We got a 451. Aye. Your boy might be ready. Might be ready for some jackfeckery. All right. So I lost to sound here today, but that won't happen again. I'm not going to lose again, boys. I'm done. Done losing. Oh, we have a new helm too. We've got this, which is even better. Oh, this is so good. This is such a good helm. This is Riz level 99. I'm only level 98. Clearly, that's why Sound beat me, as I was level 98. He was level 99, but won't happen again, boys. Hybrid, by the way. So he's a hybrid trapper. He's a hybrid. Oh, okay. So he's a legit hybrid. Okay. In which case, I'm actually going to approach this a little different. In which case, I will actually stack up a little bit of poison. Good enough. And then I think we probably use Wisp instead of Nature's Peace. Oh, do I not have one? Oh, there it is. All right. Okay, cool. No, we kind of need the poison res from Nature's Peace, don't we? What an odd situation to be in. Open wounds doesn't really matter much. So lightning, PLR, poison, there we go. If he gets in there and he tries to pull some juck fuckery with fire damage, that's all right. We kind of want him to do that. Like, we'll give him a weakness. We'll show him a little bit of a weakness. All right, this is Riz on not a ghost. I feel like I have a shot now, honestly. I didn't do my cube bow though. All right, we got the AR. That's all that really matters. Man, oh man. Round one. Oh shit. Yeah. Hold on. You're actually correct. I gotta get my merc killed. See if we can do that. right, there we go. I didn't fire a shot until the Merc was down. That was legit. That was legit. Oh, close one, dude. Good duel. I think he got in there with some kicks. Yeah, I feel like we played okay. We might have to lates a little bit more. We might have to pull out the true power of the barb here. The true power of the brawler barb. Throw a little bit of... You always got to keep your opponent guessing. And by that, I mean guessing as to whether or not or how long you're gonna lates. Right? Got to keep him guessing. How long is he going to shoot these arrows at me? You know? All legitimate questions. All right, that's good, right? Go, bro. Here it is. 1-0. Let's do this. All right, we've got this. A little bit of poison damage. We can play the poison game a little bit. Is he going mosaic style on me? That's strange. What is he doing? Claw block for the win. Come on, baby. We're both really low. I don't rep any life either, though. That's the thing. All right, he's gonna sit in his traps, I think, because he's low. So we kind of have to play it smart, play it smooth. We got to play it smart. We got to play it smooth. We don't have any rep life, so what we have for life is it. Oh my god, dude. I thought we could get out of there with those tellies. GG. All right, so he's gonna get low and we're never gonna see him. So again, I think we just have to play it right. I think we even give up the breakpoints. I'm actually thinking about giving up the breakpoints and doing a little bit of lightning sword. We can do that versus trappers. We can go 85-20 or no, 85-10. So I'm actually just going to do it like this. I'm going to give this up. I'm going to go Nature's Peace, go a little bit of this. We're going to give up a cast breakpoint, but that's fine. Like, we're never going to chase. I think what we'll do is we'll just shoot arrows from the outside. All right, go, bro. We're just going to shoot arrows from the outside and only take opportunistic pot shots. Oh my god. See, he should just get on the inside. Yeah, we died a whirlwind. A trap duel is just gonna... Like, that's exactly what he needs to do. I was prepared for a trap duel, and I was actually just prepared to make it a 3 or 4 hour duel. Like, we can't handle whirlwind. We can't deal with whirlwind. Like, that's exactly the style that he needs to implement right there. That was good. Yeah, we've got nothing. Go, bro. 3-0. All right. We're going to assume that he's going to play trap. We have no cast now, so we can't really chase. By the way, Kyle, I see you, bro. Holy shit. Woo! Man, oh man. GG. That was close, though. I feel like he didn't even whirlwind up in there. And, like, he done got there. That was actually surprisingly close. Yeah, I totally agree, though, Kyle. I think we just ought to ban them all. Bro, big cheers to you. Thank you so much for 12 months, Kyle. What? Holy shit, brother. Yeah, this is my epic match with Riz right here. I'm kind of... I was preparing for something else mentally. I expected we were going up against a Whirlwind Sin, which was still going to be very tough. But I figured it would be. But now we're going up against a Trapper, which is an interesting duel. We have to duel it a little differently. Well, it's a hybrid, essentially, is what it is. Oh man, dude, GG. He was like kicking or something, dude. I don't get it. He was like kicking. I have no idea, but those kicks just fucking obliterated us there. He's using D-Claw. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, he might have nasty damage. That actually makes sense. If he has nasty damage on the claws. If he has nasty damage on the claws, he's probably just declawing it up, cut us open, do nasty damage to us. Like that's probably what he was doing there. We shouldn't have actually chosen to engage. Like we should have just chucked him. Okay, it was Mosaic. I thought for sure it was Mosaic. I thought for sure.
$2.79 from Kyle. Nice to see you enjoying the brawler. Fun to watch.
Big cheers to you, Kyle. Thank you so much, man. It is fun, even though we got our ass kicked. I was actually looking forward to it. I thought for sure he was using Mosaic. I think did I mention that in there? Sometimes I get into this like I start babbling when I start dueling, but I was like, dude, is he Mosaicing us? I totally felt Mosaic was on the line there. I love to see it too, dude. Absolutely love to see the off meta there. That was really cool. We got one win in there, 4-1 for Riz trying the Mosaic build. That was really cool. Gotta say that was fun. You love to see it. You know, those are the duels we like to see. It's like I kind of had mentioned in there that those could be hour-long duels versus trap sins when literally I have no reason to get in there and try to aggress at all, right? Like we just turned it into a long-ass duel. But I'm actually pumped to see Riz's setup like that with Mosaics just getting in, no fucks given. You know, being like, all right, this is what we do. This is how we roll. Just gets in there, chucks it, fucks it. That's just what he does. That was a really cool duel, really fun build. I'm so happy to get Mosaicked by a player like Riz. That was nuts. GG, man. All right, let's see who else is on the roster for tonight. We got Bruno ready to go here. We also got Punch. Holy shit. All right, let's check this out, man. Toshank versus Punch starting now. Oh shit. Okay, all right, hold up. Yeah, it looks like Bruno's just getting ready. We see Toshank versus Punch. Let's check this out. This actually looks like a duel that we're about ready for here. This is Toshank on the Necro. This guy is the FPK killer. Is he gonna be able to take out Punch? One of the most savage, one of the most aggressive FPK players, Barb players in the world. Previous Season 2 DFC champion, looking to really carve his way into the championship bout here again. And I'm telling you, it probably won't be long before the winner of this duel right here, or duels that look very similar to this, might be finding themselves challenging the reigning defending European DFC champion himself in Dazer. Max Block, Max Spirit, Van Necro. Oh shit. Oh man, is he? There's no shot. It looks like he's got a Spirit on there. He might not be Max. He might not be Max Block, dude. He's just aggressive. Yeah, look at that. He's just getting in there. No fucks given. Oh, no, he does have a Storm Shield. Okay, never mind. He's got Storm Shield. Yeah, he does got Storm Shield with that Eld rune. Yeah, that's what he goes for. Hey, look. At least it's exciting, right? He gets in there. Yeah, ban Necro. a clean 4,000 HP on the Necro. That's fucking insane, dude. All right, let's check out Punch's standpoint here. You can't help but feel a little bit bad for the fact that Toshank has gone massive block here. But let's see how this goes. All right, I think we're going to see Punch be a little bit more patient here. A lot of times what you see, oh my God. That was nasty, dude. He just sits there, and that massive amount of block just makes it so that when you have these sick Zerks that Punch is getting in like that, those sick chain Zerks, dude, Jess just sits there and lets it happen, right? He's just like, yeah, that's fine. I've got a ton of spirits just hunting you down. Oh, man, and Jess in and out like that, no problem. Man, so many hits in there. That just felt asinine. Felt like that should be illegal, dude. Just get so many hits in there. Such beautiful play from Punch. But Jess just asses him like that. Ban max block neck. Yeah, we might have to go back to it.
I am overburdened.
But the thing is, then nobody would be keeping the Zond in check. So I feel like we just limit the neck to 50% block like we do in Druid versus Barb. Yeah, totally agree. What changed that? I can't remember. It was basically to give you a very basic sense of it, Vamp the Champ stopped playing, and then there was no Necros ever that were good. That nobody's sticking on the Necro and playing. So we had no Necros in the DFC, so we just started alleviating rules. But yeah, I could totally see it. I could totally see us actually just going with an FPK rule set so that whenever this stuff happens, whenever you get put up against like an FPK Barb, like an FPK, like whenever you get that sort of matchup, it just defers to an FPK rule set or something. But regardless, just having some sort of, oh my God, nice hits there from Punch. Yeah, it feels demoralizing, but I'm wondering if, like, here's the thing, I'd hate to cut to that sort of conclusion right here. It could be that Punch just adapts here. We have seen Punch play a little bit more patient when he notices that he kind of has to be. You know, when he notices that those hits aren't going to be free. A lot of times we've seen Punch get a little bit more patient. I'm wondering if he's going to do it here and what that's going to look like. Yeah, I mean, we never know. Oh man, we getting another D-clone spawn? Oh, holy shit. This is big, boys. This is big. Punch being very patient. This is something that we saw from him even in the days of since like season 2 of DFC. This guy just knowing when to be patient and knowing when to be aggro. And this right here, you can see from those first couple of rounds, he's just adapted. He's like, okay, I'm sort of reading how Jess is playing. Like, I'm gonna try to, you know, I'm gonna make him get a little bit aggressive there, and I'm gonna punish him for it. Just like that. Very nicely done, and a big win there from Punch. Yeah, for sure. And certainly, Jess going with a block approach there. Who knows? Like I said, it's so easy to look at that in the first couple of rounds and look at that as being so miserable. Trust me, I totally know. And if you remember the clear dominance of a player like Vamp the Champ at the top, just it felt so bad whenever a Barb would have to go against him. I think that's what implemented the rule change in the first place. But dude, things are different now. All right, there it is. We got a invasion of Sanctuary by Diablo. This is huge. We're gonna have to kill this guy with the throw barb later. We'll get him. I ain't worried about him in the slightest. We're gonna get him. Ain't worried in the slightest. We're getting our guy ready to go.
I can't carry anymore.
Just in case. All right, and here we go. It's now 2-1 in favor of Jess. Here, but now, okay, Punch being a little bit more patient, but also at the same time, knowing when to turn up the heat versus his opponent. Is it gonna work, though? That's the thing. Is it gonna work? Or has Jess figured him out? You never really know what you're getting here versus Jess. As soon as you think you figured him out, he's one step ahead of you, bro. That's just how he stays. That's just how it is. And now, staying on the inside of that bone prison there, Punch trying to bait him a little bit out of that bone prison. But, dude, Bandit, a.k.a. Toshank, happy to stay in close quarters like that. But Punch did get a couple of good hits in there, though. That was phenomenal. He almost got there. And I gotta say, though, of all of the things to look at, it's so easy to look at this and be like, man, Necro so OP, right? But you also got to give some massive respect to how Jess is doing. This guy, with a block setup, not afraid to aggress the barb, actually chase, do some chain locking, and really switch it up and keep Punch guessing. This is exactly the fight we expected it to be, right? Like, this is phenomenal. Gotta put this down for fight of the night here for sure. Toshank versus to Punch. Everything we expected it to be, that's for sure. Big hits early on from Toshank. And is Punch going to be able to recover? He is certainly going to be a little bit more patient here, I think. Like, if you had a Necro that didn't have max block, you would see Punch just getting in there willy-nilly, pushing the pressure, looking for the chain lock. But whereas he knows that Jess has a pretty high percentage of block, he's going to be patient like that. He's going to be trying some shoulder tricks. He's going to be trying to bait Jess's aggression a little bit, just like that. He's going to be looking to capitalize on these situations here. And right now, though, looks like Jess is just getting in there with some massive hits, not giving a fuck, man. He knows that he's got a lot of leeway afforded to him by that block, and he's not letting that scare him away from getting in there, pushing the pressure. And there it is. GG. Very, very nice display of sportsmanship there from clearly what is a uphill battle for Punch there, but a dominant victory for Toshank. Almost had a few upzerks. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that. A little shoulder trick is what I call him. It's almost like a smiter, hunting for that, being patient, hunting for like a hammered-in to stomp him or whatnot. That's exactly what we saw Punch do there. You got it feels bad, honestly. It feels bad to see Toshank with that much block, but hey, that's legal. That's legit. That can happen, man. That is the power of max block. And also it allows Toshank to be hyper-aggressive like that, so you also can't count it out, man. That was nuts. Very nicely done. Certainly in for fight of the night. Certainly in for fight of the night. That's for damn sure. I say, yeah, we take out this D clone here. No problem. Easy. Should be easy. Well, and I hate to get in here like this. Let's set this up right. We don't have Frenzy anymore. I totally forgot about that. We don't have Frenzy on this barb anymore. We don't have Death. I think I put that on my melee character. We don't have Death. We are just dilapidated here. Not really sure what we're doing. What a dilapidated barb we've got. Just PvP setup. Oh, now he's amped. Now he's fucked, though. We don't have any healing pots, though. We didn't use any healing pots. That was a completely GM duel with D-Clone. No healing pots at all. We didn't have laying of hands, which would have been kind of BM, if I'm being real. Yeah, we played that pretty fair, if I'm being honest. All right, this is the 2020-10 we were promised, though. 2 D-clones in one night. Holy shit. I can't stand Necro versus Barb. I'm aggro dueler. If I need to use block, I have to shoot spirits at the air. Honestly, I totally called that. Totally saw that, Jess. I think that's very respectable, bro. 10, 17, 7. You can't even give it away, boys. We're just gonna chuck that down and forget it ever happened. Okay, you can't even give it away. It's just a bad one. It's very, very bad. There's nothing that can be said or done. Yeah, completely agree. I actually like it. It feels bad, but you're right. If Jess had 0 block there, he would be off screen, never showing up at all.
$2.79 from Kyle. At least you didn't die to declone.
Look, Kyle, there's always a hint. There's always a hint to something in there, okay? And you know what it is. You know what it is, okay? We'll call it doubt. We'll call it quill rat juck fuckery. You know what it is, right? But you know I'm always going to cheers to you. Big cheers to you, Kyle. I appreciate you, brother. It wasn't even close. We've never died to declone or even come close to dying to declone. What are you talking about? But never.
$2.79 from Kyle. Would it be a quill rat?
Yeah, you do. I feel like you started doing that before I even finished that sentence. You started that one before I even finished, didn't you? I fucking knew it. Bro, big cheers. Never happened. Don't believe Kyle. That never happened. Big cheers to you, brother. Appreciate you. See, I knew it. I could see. I could see. By the way, we do have Bruno clearing out the inner cloister, getting ready to duel. Let's cut over to this guy. This guy says, I'm not actually sure who he's dueling here. He said that he wasn't scared of the Zon player. He was just like, look, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll duel whoever on this den that I've got here. He's calling this the Swiss den. He calls it the Swiss den because basically it's like a Swiss Army knife. This den, you really never fucking know what's coming at you, bro. Like, this guy's got anything from zeal to smite to teleport charges to... Hell, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if we saw vengeance from him. You really never know what kind of den Bruno's going to be playing, and that is the magic, the power of watching this guy duel. I absolutely love it. You see this guy charging around, trying the craziest shit, and he is going up against, looks like Montriana in-game. These guys getting this grudge match going, and we see a Wolf Barb from Montriana. Did you expect any less? And there it is, a round win from Bruno, but very close. The Wolf Barb almost getting there. Holy shit, man. We're just gonna put this down for fight of the night right away. All right, I don't think anybody will be. I don't think anybody will disagree, okay? By the way, Leroy Senset, I see you, brother. Thank you so much for 14 months. Look, that might take a while to show up with a spaceship and all of this. You know how it is. But bro, I literally can't thank you enough. That's insane, brother. From the first person to ever sub on the Cooley Live channel or become a member on the Cooley Live channel. 14 months later, brother. Past DFC 100, now at 101. Bro, big cheers to you. Can't thank you enough. It says F-U-C-K sins, ban necros, GG Riz and Toshank. He appreciates it. I think Toshank brought up a great point. If Toshank had 0 block, you would have seen the most miserable duel there. You saw Toshank aggress there. It felt bad. The duel lasted 5 minutes. He has an incredible point. I think you need to remember that. He could have played that completely opposite and been gay as fuck in the entire duel. He chose not to. That's respectable. Like, that was cool. And honestly, Punch had a shot. Punch was playing perfectly. Like, Punch was looking for those opportunistic, patient moments. Bro, that was insane. That was cool. Doesn't feel good if you're Punch, that's for sure. But at the same time, cool duel. Like, very cool. All right, here we go, round 2. Big hits there from Montriana. This is the grudge match. Are these guys willing to settle it here? These guys These guys going back and forth. Holy shit. Big. It's hard to tell if those are telly charges or what there, but now it is 1-1 Montriana versus Bruno. I'm not sure if he switched to Enigma or if those are telly charges. I wouldn't be surprised either way. But you saw that big, massive hits there from Zeal that Bruno just got in there, closed the distance. They're doing this, by the way, in the inner cloister of all places to do this duel. Yeah, I would agree, Max. I think for sure. For sure. It's really good to see. It's also good to see players like Toshank pushing the limits of that. It's also good to see them doing it against some of the top players like Punch, because it isn't until players play like that until you really notice the state of things, until you really notice the limits that can be pushed, right? It's not until you have two vicious players like Punch and like Toshank going at it until we can even have these conversations. So you have to remember that. Life tap going off there from Bruno, but he isn't able to finish it. Now 2-1 in favor of Montriana, trying to settle this beef, trying to end this grudge match 2-0. The problem is, though, Drog, is if you remember, do you remember the days of Vamp the Champ where when he got low, he would just lates across the map? Sins have that ability. If you don't have the light sword rules being what they are, they just have that ability and they're massively powerful. And that's just what all of them do when they get low anyway. It's why Sins are the most miserable thing to watch, because usually whenever they get low, they're just, you'll never see them again, right? Like they'll just sit in their traps. It's like, that's just how it goes. So, yeah, the light sword rules are what they are, so that honestly, so we see less fucking trappers, like, because they're miserable to watch. Let's be real, with the way that 95% of people play them. I'm very impressed to see a hybrid Sin at the top in Dazer, and super excited to see one there as well, like with the way that he plays. But it's, I think that adaptation was on how 95% of people play Sins, and what's allowed, what's hard to call, is just kicking back. If you're aggro, if you play like Dazer does, you can get there. Oh my god, tying up the score is Bruno from the near brink of defeat, making it 2-2. This is insane. Put it this way, I wouldn't say there's many late trappers necessarily, right? Like, you're not gonna see like a late trapper, like to the point where you can just call it like, oh, this is lates, right? But nearly all trappers, when the everything's on the line and it comes down to it, they're off the screen. They're waiting for you to come into their traps. Like when they're low, they'll sit back. Like you see it all the time versus Blizz. You see it all the time versus, versus any Sork, really. You see it all the time versus anything that has less range than them. Anything besides a Zon. When they're low and when the stakes are high, I'm low. I'm off screen. So it isn't necessarily any of them in particular, but I haven't ever seen one that doesn't do it when the stakes are high. And that's true too. That's true too. The same could be said for IBS with the Necro, which is why when Vamp the Champ was the champ, we had the most Necro restrictions ever in place. And there it is. It's now 3-2 in favor of Montriana. Yeah, same could be said for Neck. Neck dances at high HP, then goes rep strat when under 1k. 100%. Yeah, for sure. for sure. So what should be done? Like, here's the thing. The trap damage is through the roof with all of the synergies and all of the shit that goes on, to the point where like the elephant sin is now a thing. So we treated the elephants, or we treated the sin in general, much like you would the cold sorceress. Whereas since there is a trap variant that can do that, it sucks, but you kind of have to plan on that trap variant doing that and making it absolutely devastating and miserable for the opponent. Right. You kind of have to plan on the elephant sin being what it is. I got a new claw. I now hit 20k traps. Fucking A-Max. The same is true with Dins and Widowmaker. Why do you think I use that Widowmaker, Leroy? I like to be able to sit back every once in a while without having the expectation to aggress. Here's the thing. Whenever you get to the highest level of competition, no matter what you're going up against, there's always a way to lates. And there it is. Bruno gets there with some savage hits.
$6.99 from Kyle. Cooley said it before, ban all classes and just have Dins. If we are on the bandwagon, right?
Look, I say ban. Look, I actually subscribe to the Shirley Serious approach, which is ban all female characters. I actually feel pretty good about that. You would have barbs, druids, necros, and dins. Tell me that wouldn't be the fairest DFCs ever. No sorks, no sins, no zons. Fair. We just might as well just fucking throw the rules out the window at that point. Just let them fight. Yeah, Din Fight Club. Let them fucking do what they want at that point. Big cheers to you, Kyle. Thank you so much, brother. I don't even know the score. I'm just excited to see this fight here. I think it's 3-3. Actually think it's 3-3, or maybe 3-2. It's hard to tell. All right, now we see Montriana going back to wolf form here. That could give him some added survivability. And he gets there. Bruno, I believe, making it 4-2. Now we have ourselves, I believe, a tie match. I believe this grudge match is tied. Montriana and Bruno back and forth. Bruno just took it with this absolutely savage Swiss din that he's got here. You see everything from the holy fire aura that he's got, to the grief, to possibly tally charges, maybe enigma, to zeal, to charge. This guy's just busting out everything. 5-3 in favor of Bruno. Bruno racking up a very well-deserved win right there in the DFC. Bro, I guess this only means one thing. This grudge match is not even close to being over. And the saga continues. This is all we want to see, man. These guys embody the very essence of DFC, I think. These guys just coming in with these crazy fucking builds, doing shit that nobody else does. Swiss dins, holy fire auras mixed with zeal, mixed with wolf barbs, and absolute prime juck fuckery. You can't beat it, man. This is exactly what you love seeing. When is Montriana fighting another match? Yeah, sign me up, baby. That shit is crazy. And here we go, man. Wow. I guess it can only mean one thing. The grudge match is still on. These guys now at a future DFC event have got to settle some shit. They have got to know. It's always so fun watching these guys go back and forth, man. Two of the most creative players that have always, you've seen them kind of fall on the other side of luck because of their creativity, because of them trying out different things, not sort of subscribing to the meta builds, much like we saw with Riz tonight, right? Going with the Mosaic approach, Mosaic versus Brawler. That shit was fun. I got my ass kicked, but that shit was fun. This is what these guys do all the time. They show up with builds that are different. They try new things. And oftentimes, just like we did tonight, we end up on the receiving end of an ass beating because of it, right? but it's so good to see both of these creative guys go up against each other in a very exciting back and forth match. That was insane. That was so cool to see. Dude, he was using destruction. That was what was proccing. This is what Bruno's showing off here. He was showing off destruction. That's what was proccing the volcano. In case you were wondering where the hell that volcano was coming from, that was what it was. Oh, for sure. And you love seeing it, Max. You love seeing it. Absolutely incredible, man. And he's got the Ravenfrost for cannot be frozen. I would assume probably max damage charms there. Probably even max damage large charms. A little bit cheaper. Easier to get your hands on. Wow, AR lifers mixed with combat skillers. Bro, I don't mean anything offensive by this. I mean literally this is something inspirational because people could obtain this stuff reasonably. People see inventories like Bruno's and it's inspiring. You see stuff like this and you think, wow, I can save it for that build just in case I ever decide to put something together like that. Look at these are just insane conglomerate collection of charms here in this guy's inventory. He's been saving these charms because he knows that when he puts together this very specific version of this din, he could use it. That charm might serve him well here. Very cool to see that. Beautiful charm right there too. 3420 charm. Yeah, this is nuts. And he's also got the conviction on that scepter, which tells me he probably planned on, if he's got the volcano proccing and he's got all of this like elemental damage proccing, to swap to like conviction and rip his opponent's resistance away. But it's kind of hard to do in the heat of battle. But very interesting build here. Yo, let's see what's going on. Actually, I'm gonna unmute myself. I'm wondering if Bruno is actually chilling in the Discord. By the way, Bruno, can you hear me, dude? Yo, Bruno. I was gonna say, I think we actually meant to talk about Bruno's build in DFC 100, but man, we never got the opportunity. It's so good to see it now. This guy swissed in. I think he's like muted or doesn't have a mic or something. We can't hear him, but we can certainly see this build. This shit is insane. Oh, you're trying? All right, GG. Hold up, let me make sure I didn't like server mute you or some shit. Dude, I have done that to people before and I'm like, I can't understand why I can't hear you. And it's like literally we were speed running at some point doing something and they had like, I don't know, they had some shit in the background and I just server muted them.
$6.99 from Kyle.
It is what it
Will
is.
we get a DFC of grudge matches? What do you say, Coolio Low, if you are here?
Bro, I would so love that. A DFC of grudge matches would be the most insane DFC ever. The problem is getting those grudge matches to happen, right? Getting Coolio Low to show up and duel Brandel, getting Brandel to show up. Coolio Low was, I guess, allegedly ready to go for DFC 100. However, here's the thing that we don't know about that, right? He was allegedly ready to go, but it could have been that that Brandel had him blocked and he wasn't able to communicate with him at all. That he had no way of letting his opponent know. Coolio Low might have been watching a stream that Brandel was not and was able to be like, yeah, I'm ready to go, but I have no way to let Brandel know that, and I know nobody else is letting Brandel know that, so therefore I'm ready to go. Like, you see what I mean? Like, there's just making that shit happen is tough. It's a lot of layers of shit. Yeah. Montriana Trafalgar going now? Oh, GG. Hold up, are any of these guys streaming this? I know Trafalgar isn't because he's not in the Discord, but is Montriana streaming it? Shit, Bruno, that sucks, bro. I'm sorry that I just noticed I don't have you server muted. Don't even have your volume down. No nothing. All right. That's all right, bro. No worries. We're actually just having a good good time checking out your din, seeing what's going on. Yo, tell those guys to stream it. Montriana versus Trafalgar. Would love to see that. If those guys are streaming, let's jam it. Yo, so I know this is like so late. This is something that we were talking about getting to fucking hours ago. Max, this is what Max sent us. Okay, so I don't know who has this breakdown, but this is defense on the top row, AR on the bottom row. It basically shows exactly what we talked about in the video today. 30 versus 30 is 50%. It's the ticket theory. It's just that someone has color coded it to be that if you have 65 or over, 63 or 60 or over, then you have a good chance. If you have 30 or under, or no, 35 or under, you have a red chance or a bad chance. That's basically what it is. It's the same thing from the video today, but somebody color coded it. Dude, Max, how do you feel about my raffle ticket theory that I talked about in the video? I totally made that up. I'm totally patenting it. If you see anybody else use it, they totally stole it from me. Raffle ticket theory, I think, sums it up perfectly. It's raffle tickets. Like you can tell from here, right? You can tell from here. You've got yourself 30,000 raffle tickets. Well, guess what? You got yourself 30,000 defense. I've got myself 30,000 raffle tickets for AR. We both have a 50% chance of winning. Like, you know what I mean? You got 30,000. I got 30,000. Let's go. This is actually great. We might have to hit. I'll set that up. I think that's a good point, Dave. I'll see if we can set that up with a command like AR or defense or something. Or actually, Max, you're a mod. Set it up. Yeah, that's sick. Here, I'm gonna post it in the. I'll post it in the. I'm gonna try to post it in D2R discussion. All right, there it is. Easy. I hope it doesn't glitch out for people. By the way, I do see Montriana streaming his perspective here. Let's cut over to this. Montriana versus Trafalgar. Trafalgar on a druid, which should be very interesting. I think this is a new druid for him. I think he just built this. Just signed up on a druid. We're used to seeing this guy on a necro. And yeah, he's switching it up. He's really trying to diversify his PK portfolio here, if you will. And this is a new character for him. Is Montriana going to be able to capitalize on this, though, and punish him, push the pressure when he needs to? He's already hot off the press. He's warmed up against Bruno tonight. He might be fired up to the point where he's looking to get that next win. Looking to get back in the winner's column here. His ping will be extra awful. Good observation here. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Ping of 140. That's horribly bad. Why is that? Is it that these guys are playing on different servers? What's going on? He says, I have worst score of any DFC player. Bro, the score, literally the losses don't matter. People have been asking me a lot to show the scores of people and the win-loss records and all of this stuff, and I rarely ever do, because the way that the DFC is set up is it doesn't matter. Like there's literally a handful of players that it's ever actually impressive on. I can count 2 players that their win-loss record is actually impressive. Joby and Vamp the Champ. If you saw anybody else all-time win-loss record, even Dazer, even anybody, it wouldn't blow you away. It isn't like it's MMA where you're working your way up and your win-loss record is everything that counts. This is like a rotating thing, right? Where like you could be a better player this last couple of months than you ever were, right? Like, that's all that matters. And honestly, with how many people are in the community and are in PvP, I think that's the best way to look at it. Like, there's very few people that have an extremely impressive win-loss record. Very few people. Like, look at this. I've been a DFC champion. My win-loss record is like, I'm like 40-60. Like, all time. 40 wins, 60 losses. That's not impressive. Even if it was 40-20 and I had 40 less losses, it would still not be that impressive. Let's be real, right? Like, it's never impressive. What's more impressive is recent win-loss record. That can be kind of impressive, but it doesn't. In the DFC, your losses don't matter. It's only your wins within the last 100 days. Now, granted, if you lose, that's one less opportunity for you to get a win. However, if you're on a losing streak, it doesn't matter. It could start anytime, right? Like, your comeback story could start anytime. Doesn't matter. You win, then you lose a couple of weeks, that's fine. You win again, like, it just counts those wins that you get. The losses don't really count against you. The only time the losses count against you is if someone else has the exact amount of wins that you do, and it's looking to rank you versus that specific other person. If you have more losses, it will rank you lower. That's it. If you just get another win, you instantly outrank those guys. There's only one win-loss that matters. I won't even have to say it. Just beat Joby, never lose to a Quill Rat, and never lose to D-Clone. Luckily, the best duelers never have lost to either one, and it's never been close. All right? Just, Quill Rat never registered with the DFC. We don't have him on there, but there's been a couple of close calls for sure. Never a loss to one though. I gotta say, all right, what we're seeing here from Montriana is a little bit of a brawler barb going on here. He is keeping the distance. He's being careful not to. I love this approach. Not to overly aggress the druid. The druids can kind of sit there and lates in their own fucking nados, and it is the most ridiculous thing ever. As a druid, your goal is to get up there and throw a nado, right? As a barb, your goal is to get up there and you know, close the distance and throw some whirls, right? However, if the barb has the distance advantage and can theoretically throw some bombs from the outside, such as, you know, swap to a brawler and start throwing from a distance, well, suddenly the druid's got to get up there, right? So I gotta say, I love seeing that from Montriana, a little bit of distance duel in there, because the more that he chases a druid like this, especially when the druid's low, the more that he chases him, man, the harder it gets, and like the more he just runs the risk of running into the druid's nados just like that. It's really too bad. He was actually very close there. Almost had Trafalgar. I think he was doing some big damage from the outside with those throws. Oh yeah, from all the way up? Dude, we were talking about that not long ago though. I think it all depends on how you learn it, right? Like how you... Like there's duelers like us that always have the mini-map right in the center, knowing exactly where the X is, and we've learned it like that. If you're like Montriana, or anybody else who is, maybe you've learned with the mini-map up in the corner, which makes a big difference, right? Like if that's always how you've played, perhaps your peripherals are like what we rely on for the mouse to be in the peripherals to grab like name locks. Perhaps they are keenly aware of that for the mini-map. And I say, God bless them for that, because it's actually a better viewing experience. Theoretically a better viewing experience. Wow, big hits there from Montriana, but couldn't quite close the deal. Trafalgar gets there on the new druid, 2-0 so far, but very close. Big hits there from Montriana. This guy trying to rack up, trying to get in the winner's column tonight. And honestly, when you don't need it, you don't need it, right? When your opponent's right there, when you see them, when you know how to chase them, and that is Montriana. When you know how to chase them, when you know where they're at, you don't really need it. When they're on your screen, when you can see them, this guy's living in the moment, trying to take advantage of those opportunities, and he almost got there. 2-0 in favor of Trafalgar. Now we're going to see Montriana being a little bit more patient here. Trafalgar flooding the moor with NATOs there. I like his aggression. That's what I think we should see more from of Trafalgar there. Even though he might have the maximum 50% block that you can possibly have versus a Barb in this particular matchup. However, with clutch stomps just like that, you can get there with some very good timing, and that's what you'll love to see from a Druid player, right? Not the overly safe throwing the NATOs from outside, not really having the gall, the testicular fortitude to approach. You kind of got to give a player like Montriana here, you got to give this guy, you can't be gaying him like that from the outside. I got to say, I love the way Trafalgar dueled right there. That was so much better. Look, I lost my earpiece in the other headphone, but luckily I only have one of these in at once. Ever. Whirlwind into NATO. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like a lot of times the Druid will sit there on the outside. I fucking hate seeing this too. When I have my Brawler Barb and I'm sitting there hunting for a Druid name lock, I kind of love it when they sit on the outside and they don't get aggressive. They should get aggressive. You should get in. You should try to cut me off, blind spot me, throw a fucking NATO. It's literally when they actually get aggressive that I can't beat them. But it takes them 20 minutes to fucking realize that. It's like the most, it's great. And even when they're not aggressive, you don't really have the best of chances to beat them. But like, it just takes him so long to realize it. But Trafalgar didn't take him long to realize. He's just like, okay, I'm going to get up close and personal here. We're going to turn this into a duel. And there it is. Montriana gets there. Now making it, I believe, 3-1. Still in favor of Trafalgar. But wow, this could be the start of a big comeback for Montriana. Gotta love seeing those. I wonder what he's using for his throw weapons, man. I've always wondered, you see this guy bust these out the most ridiculous times. I've always wondered if it's War Strike and what's the other one? War Strike and the one with massive AR on it. What am I thinking of? A lot of times people won't use the Lacerator in PvP. I have actually recently subscribed to this ideology as well. You don't use Lacerator in PvP because as soon as you amp people, they're just a little bitch and they fucking run away. They don't kick around. They're a little bitch. They run off the map. They make you chase them. And it's not even worth it. Like, you don't use Lacerator unless you're top tier chain barb player. Like, it's bad. And there it is, a very close duel, 4-1 victory for Trafalgar, but very nicely done. Very well played from Montriana. This is what I say. I almost said this in the most recent video that we put out today. You can't forget about the losses, right? Like, when you look at the losses and you see how close those rounds were, especially like when we were talking about in the video today about like, melee dueling. Those losses, when they're close, mean a lot more, right? And I think the same could be said here. Montriana showing off his gear, looking at the gear of his opponent here. Gotta love this, man. I love seeing this. The good sportsmanship, the exchange from both players here. Trafalgar is the type of dude that pops into the stream. He signed up for the DFC. I would not encourage this, but the dude does not have Discord. All right, look at this. He doesn't even have anything socketed in his F suicide branch there. This dude is just... reminds me of myself. I also don't have anything socketed in my open socket suicide branch. I'm also fresh building a druid. Yeah, Montriana, though, look at this. He's got AR Lifer Charms. He's also got that same sort of smorgasbord approach, which is inspirational, I think, to a lot of players who find these things, who keep them around for very specific purposes. Montriana pulling in all of the right charms for this situation. The cold resistance charms for his opponent's hurricane damage. Like, all of these things. Even Trafalgar pulling in sort of a budget setup here. You love it. You love seeing it, man. This is all some very interesting stuff. A 39,344 Grief. Man, he's got to keep re-rolling that Colossus Blade right there. That's pretty nasty. We got to hook that boy up with some low runes, some hell runes, some tier runes. We got to get him set up. We got to get him a better one than that. 39,344. Man, he ain't ever going to get back in that winner's column if we don't hook him up. Yeah, I want to know what the throw weapons are, bro. What are those? Are those like war cry knives? Like, what the fuck are the throw weapons is what I want to know. Well, not necessarily, man. Not necessarily. Like, I actually find that to be very inspirational. To, like, I don't keep that because I feel like I'm not as good of a player as Montriana and wouldn't stand as good of a chance against opponents because he plays the bard better than I would. I might Charcy it because I ain't got the skills of Montriana. That's just how it is. I go for the perfects because I need them. I need to remove all the excuses. And even then, we've still got lag as an excuse, always. Even in melee. Just saying. Right, it's always there. GG, congrats, Montriana. Very good performance there. That was phenomenal. And congrats to Trafalgar. Very nicely done. I also see Root in the Discord here. Are we gonna get to see a good old Root duel tonight? Man, oh man, that shit would be insane. That is Root versus Tempest. Fucking A, we gotta see that. We gotta make that happen. That's like #1 duel that I want to see tonight. Root v Tempest. I also see Lamp up in there being very patient. He's been waiting on his opponent. His opponent is Polytheist tonight. Polytheist typically doesn't get out of work until about this time anyway, so it probably isn't going to be long before we can see that duel happening. Now that is a duel that those guys right there, that's a big proving grounds duel. We've seen Polytheist take out Cold Storks before. We've seen Lamp take out Druids before, very impressively. So this is a duel that's just bound to happen, and I think it's going to say a lot for the winner. I think the winner of this Shaman v Blizz matchup, it says a lot. We've seen Lamp with his back against the ropes do these long, drawn-out duels, but we've also seen him be one of the most interesting, one of the most exciting Cold Stork players ever. This guy's insane. He's hyper aggressive. He gets in your face. He pushes the pressure, but he knows when to back off as well. Like there's a lot of good things about Lamp. Really hope that we get to see him duel tonight. The Doom duel yet? I don't believe so. I haven't seen the Doom versus Gertie duel yet, unfortunately. I feel like that could also be a very good one. Feel like that could be nasty, man. You never know. You never know how they're gonna go. Haven't seen these boys pop in yet, though. It's really unfortunate. It's really too bad. Lot of good duels on the agenda here tonight. But how will they pan out? Root versus Tempest, CS Zon versus Sand. Now, allegedly, that's pretty tough for the CS Zon, but we're going to see. We also have GVN versus Foozerman. Now, Foozerman going to be on the H-Din, I would assume. He came in on a Din, and I believe that somewhere in the distant past of the DFC, we've seen this guy on an H-Din, so I can only assume that that's the type of Din that he's on. If he was on a VT, we would have never made this match. It's just such a clear-cut, easy victory for the VT that we would have never made it happen. However, when you have a Zon versus an H-Din, it's actually
if they're going full H-Stand and they're going like Hodo, Smite, FOH, Telestomp combo type shit, which is what Foozer's really good at, he's got a lot of skills. That can actually be a pretty back and forth battle right there. We also have Dio versus Go Gators, another duel that's potentially on the roster tonight that could look pretty cool. That would be a very interesting one to see. One of the fairest matchups, as they say. Now, that being the case, okay, I recently joined an NVD tournament. I will likely never join another one. I fucking hate that style of dueling, mainly because it points out how bad of a dueler I am. I'm actually a very bad dueler, and that style of play really reminds me of that, okay? Well, I'm shooting straight with you guys. I'm just saying the facts, okay? It reminds me of how fucking bad of a dueler I am. Whether it's on Necro or Druid, I get my ass kicked. But the coolest thing about that is, at the highest level of competition, you know that neither one of those classes has a distinct, definitive, definite advantage. So it's really cool to see the NVD matchup at the top tier of competition, because you really don't know who's gonna win. Like, it's kind of a cool match to see. Cool to see a slice of the Korean scene. I wonder, do you have any experience with mock duels? Not really sure what you mean by that, but I have joined the Asian server more ever since getting into Melee, not gonna lie. Melee has been quite an interesting experience for me, man. I was invited in by Legalize and Neil. Those guys, dude, just two great dudes. Those were the dudes that I didn't mention them in the video, but they were the dudes that loaned me all of that gear, some of which I still have. Like, these guys are so fucking loaded. I'm pretty sure I have, like, I was ready to give this stuff back like a week ago. I have it on like this mule character that's just like, yeah, when these guys ask for it, it's like three 2020s, like fucking Rens. It was like 60-20 Rens, like crazy shit. They just never asked for it. It's just sitting there. And I was so ready to get rid of it because I wanted to like make that video about a budget dueler, and I couldn't make a budget dueler with like 3 2020s and shit. But now that the video's out, I might just keep those 3 2020s on my fucking dealer, and just, you know, whenever they ask for them, they ask for them. You know, they know where those boys know where they're at. Those boys know where they dumped them off. You know, whenever they need them, they know where to get them. Foos and I already dueled. Son of a bitch, we missed it. Oh man. I got a point once in a black belt tourney and a NVD tourney. Yeah, I think I won one round once in an NVD tourney. It was miserable. Just buzzed on the sauce, whiskey. Nah, not at all, dude. We keep it responsible around here. China is all I'm saying. Asia region, the realm of Wales, bro. Yeah, no doubt. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason. Let me see if I can. I used to be. I don't know if they'd feel some type of way about me outing them like this or some shit, but like a lot of the auction shit, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. They don't give a shit anymore. Probably at the height of D2R, they'd feel some type of way, but they don't give a shit anymore, dude. It's the fucking it's the Chinese auction discords and websites and shit that is where all of that shit goes down. That's where all the whales are at. That's where all the big items get sold. But literally, I can't stress this enough, guys. If you're hiding a Discord now because of, you know, questioning the people that might get into it, just don't. Like, especially if it's D2R based. Let's be real. Nobody gives a shit. I literally talked specifically about the botting Discord. Those guys got fucking pissed. And here's what happened. More people joined their botting Discord after watching that video to pay them more money. Battle.net still didn't give a shit. Nobody banned them for anything. No one gives a flying fuck about what goes on in D2. Like, you just gotta stop hiding your servers and acting like there's an elite group of people that needs to be, just let them all in, man. Like, it's at the point where the people that are playing D2 are the diehards anyway, right? Like, we're here we are, nobody gives a shit. Diablo 2 or Blizzard is all focused on Microsoft and fucking D4 now. No one gives a shit. Like, just get in there, do what you do. No one cares, right? So like some people were kind of nervous to come forward with the items that they had either bought or known what they had sold for from witnessing it. They didn't want to get people in trouble. It's like literally nobody cares. I made a video talking about a botting server from which nobody got banned. Nobody gives a shit. It's just the current state of D2. Like, you don't really have to worry about it. Like, throw the TOS out the window. Even if you were breaking them, no one really cares. Yeah. It's always been the Wild West. I recorded it if you want to watch. Is it posted somewhere, Javin? Or Gavin? Is it posted somewhere? GVN? Yeah, it's... Bro, like... That was the ultimate test, honestly. Like, the whole server getting pissed at me for, like, outing their botting server. And by outing, I mean, it isn't like there's anything Battle.net can do. I'm just telling you that I'm telling people there's a server out there that you can go to this and people talk about Blizz botting and shit. There's nothing Battle.net can do about that. Like, I'm very cautious and very careful with the things that I say and do. But Blizzard also knows this by now, so everything I say, they're just like, well, fuck it, we can't do anything. So, like, I kind of sit back in my safety bubble with that.
$6.99 from Kyle. D2R is forgotten about since Blizzard has the new kid D4. D2R locked in the basement.
Dude, only locked in the basement, I would say, for a limited time, though, because it's only going to take to the point where people don't give a shit about D4, where they just start reassessing their games and looking at what the most popular content is out there, what has the biggest staying power, and it's always just going to come back to D2. I have full faith in this. Like, I've seen this happen, and that's why I make the shit that I do. So big cheers to you, first of all, Kyle. But honestly, bro, let me be real with why I make the shit that I do, okay? And like why I haven't really given up on Diablo 2 and like making Diablo content. Because I've realized that in the grand scheme of things, right, it doesn't necessarily matter what your video is about unless you're just like some hot topic streamer that just keeps bouncing back and forth on shit, right? Doesn't really matter. All that really matters is how good your video is and the type of story that you tell from it. Like, that's it. All right, let's cut over to Rootstool. We finally see this guy on his CS on, ready to go. Man, I'm pumped about it. But to finish that story, it really matters. It matters the story that you tell, right? It matters how good the video is that you make. So if you guys wonder why it's taken me so long to put out Diablo 2 content, and you wonder why I've kind of dialed it back a little bit, I'll be completely honest with you. It's because I'm trying to put out the best content possible, and I'm not just talking about Diablo 2. I'm talking about Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo 5, any fucking Diablo game ever made, any Blizzard title currently, like any story that I tell that just happens to be about Diablo 2, I want it to be the best video anybody could possibly fucking watch. Because I know that when Blizzard goes back someday and watches what's getting the most views and all of this shit, the stuff that they care about, somewhere along the line, if I keep it up, Diablo 2 will pop up, right? But it's really because I'm trying to make the best content out there. I'm trying to go way deeper than anybody's ever gone. I'm trying to make like the nastiest shit. Like, also just so that it's a good and fun video for you guys to watch, right? Which is what it comes down to. Like, if it's a good video to watch, y'all will watch it, y'all will share it, y'all will suggest it, y'all will tell people you should watch this. And before you know it, hopefully, I hope to be the D2 creator that's bringing in all the views, like the best videos out there. are D2 based, and Blizzard goes in a fucking frenzy. They're like, what the fuck? Like, look, now you know the maniacal plan, okay? That's all I'm saying. Now you know the maniacal plan. D1 PvP when? Dude, I saw some shit that it's like all online now, and like you can play online now. We might have to try it out, Max. I appreciate you, SM. Polly and Lamp ready after? GG, appreciate that. Yeah, but now y'all know the maniacal plan. That's what it is. That's why I spend so much time. I want to make everything count. But I also want to make it so that, like, it doesn't matter what I talk about. Y'all have full faith in me that, like, what I put out there is going to be insane, right? But 99% of the time, it's going to be about Diablo 2. Like, that's how it is. Do you really? Level 50 D1 character? I have never played D1. Never played it. Yeah, I might have to check it out now that it's online, though. I heard that there's some online shit. All right, and here we go. This is Tempest versus Root. And now, allegedly, this Sin matchup is very tough for the Zon. And you can see Tempest not really giving Root a lot of opportunities to get these name locks in here, but Root being very opportunistic. Look at this. He's even got what I would guess is a man catcher. I'm gonna guess that's a man catcher infinity that he's swapping to for the conviction aura, but also much like Max has on his Elephant Sin, that conviction aura from the infinity also has minus 55 to enemy light res. So if he gets a poke in there against his opponent with that thing, it could be a one shot. And now you see Tempest wisely keeping that distance, and this is gonna be a duel of attrition. Can Tempest keep the distance and trap his opponent, trick him into going into these traps, or is Root gonna trick him and get that one poke, and get that nasty telly? Now you can tell here, it's hard to tell exactly what his cast frames are, you know, but I would assume what Root wants to aim for is the 99%. Like, he at least wants to go for the 99% cast. Hard to tell exactly what he has here, but we might figure it out in the next couple of rounds. There is legit D1 dueling. No shit, it exists. Really? So hard. So hard to come up with names now. Greatest name ever. That used to be D2 LOD, dude, before they remade this into D2R. That was my exact feeling back then. Some nice chains there from Root, looking to get some big damage in. All he's really hoping for is one big poke. By the way, 2 big terror zones tonight. We've got Tal Rosh's tombs now terrorized. If y'all got some Mosaic Sins on ladder, now might be the time. I do have a Mosaic Sin, but DFC, baby. It's just bigger and better than all. A game of lates. I don't know. I think it's a game of patience. There was a hit from Root, though. I think he actually landed one there. He didn't land it on the Infinity side, though. He landed that on Jav side, which I can only imagine his one-handed Javs are probably the unique mat Javs, the T-strokes, because they have minus 15 to enemy light res. Like, I can't imagine if he's a CS Javazon that he's running anything but that. Yeah, and Tempest says big hit. Like, he's probably very, very low. Yeah, and the thing is, Root is not going to charge into those. Oh, yeah, look at that. He half-lifed him with one hit. And Root is not going to charge into those traps. Like, and theoretically, Tempest has the larger range. So when it comes down to it, Tempest has to push a little bit. Like, if it came down to it, you have to look at these characters for what they are. Theoretically, we have a Zon here, which a lot of times when people see a Zon, they assume that they have that nasty range of that bow and arrow and they can hit from way off screen. But that's not what you're seeing with Root's character. He has a Javazon. His range is very limited. So when it comes down to it, Tempest is going to have to push him a little bit. You know, if it comes down to both of these guys being low like this, Tempest has every capability to push the pressure like this, and he certainly should. Yeah. I have a Summon Druid this ladder. Been a lot of fun. How have you been liking it, Dreamology? It seems like It seems like I almost went Summon Druid. Not gonna lie to you, I almost went Summon Druid, but I chose to go Mosaic Sin because I still haven't got a Sin to level 99. But I think when I do finally do a Druid, I might actually go Summon Druid early on. I heard they're like super OP. Yeah, he's got a lot of different jabs that he can use here. A lot of different tricks up his sleeve, does Root. But Root has to be very patient. That's the thing. Theoretically, Tempest has the range. Tempest can push the pressure a little bit. Tempest is going to have to push the pressure a little bit here. Right now, you have a Zon that is looking for the Sin, right? And it totally makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. He's looking for him. He needs to get that chain. But Tempest can't just necessarily hide out in corners like that. He's gotta find his way. He's gotta find his range. He's gotta push a little bit of pressure there against Root, especially knowing that he really does have the advantage between claw block, between the range. Like there's a lot of ways that he certainly has the advantage here, and you got to know that the subpar cast frames of the Zon are going to really inhibit him from really chaining you. But you could catch your opponent not prepared just like that. And look, you got to get there. The rules are you always got to defend yourself. And man, oh man, Tempest was caught off guard right there. Got that one poke, and Root don't give a fuck. That was exactly what he was waiting for. He's waiting for that opportunity where his opponent's got his pants down. And man, he was coming with the pimp stick when his opponent had his pants down. That's exactly what just happened, bros. Have you come across a godly summon bear PvP druid? That stuff is BM as fuck, but it's funny. I've seen some summon druids that are actually pretty fun, but a lot of the PvP bear druids that summon the bear will just sit outside of town just to distract people that have thorns and shit. It's kind of stupid builds. Very, very unskilled. Like, I would love to see a skilled player actually come out with summons and step into the moor, but a lot of them are just like, tee-hee, and they have their summon bear with like their thorns aura and shit, and they just sit there AFK, like hoping somebody's stupid enough to hit their bear. Like, that's literally what most bear druids are in PvP. So like, you have to figure that. Like, by that, there's a lot of things you could mean. I've literally seen one good summon druid, and it was Drew G trolling the fuck out of me on Santiana. Coming in, teleporting with all of his minions, letting them fucking come uncunted on me, and just being like, get them, boys. And like, he literally telestomps me, get them, boys. Fucking like just walks down, and my character gets ganked. Shit was insane, man. Like, it was kind of cool to see. I have a summon druid on PvP. Anybody on, Jerry Beatty says. Dude, I'm telling you, I think there's some merit to it. Not gonna lie. Big hits there. Nice chain from Root, but he's unable to land any significant damage so far. It's that claw block, man. It's that claw block really paying some dividends. And theoretically, the same rules are not extended as to the same degree that they are on Elephant Sins. So for example, theoretically, Root could go with an 85-10 setup. Like, he could go with T-Gods and 10% absorb from the Wisp, but the same courtesy could not be extended on the Sin. She could certainly not do that, not only because she's dual claw, but because rules. It's just how it is. This is a very interesting matchup right here. We'll see how it goes. But basically, it comes down to one premise that's been tried and true and proven over time, and that is fuck Sins, right? It's been tried and true and proven and tested and over again. It's just rung true, right? That's the state we find ourselves in. This is a Sin advantage matchup, for sure. Yeah, I would completely agree. Big hits there early on from Root, and now he's looking good. He's sitting pretty. Now you're gonna see Tempest kind of sit back, try to capitalize on some aggression from Root, but Root is just gonna happily sit back, knowing that eventually Tempest has to push. Yeah, I think that was a very interesting engagement there from Root. You got to know when to draw the line, I think, if you're on a Sin like this, right? When to say, like, actually, no, I'm going to let the ref call this. Like, I'm actually just going to sit back, and if you're not going to aggress, I'm just going to let the ref call it. Because I know you're sitting there in traps, Like, I can't approach them. You have the distance on me. I know what you're doing. I'll teleport around a little bit. I'll play your game a little bit, but like, okay, like, I'm just gonna wait. Like, I'll be patient. And I think Root is certainly that type of player. Like, he is so hyper aggressive, so technical in everything that he does, but he can also just get you on those technicalities like that if it comes down to it. Like, that's just the type of player he is. He's very dangerous on a lot of levels. David's way to win is to push steadily as a sin, but not chase directly. I would completely agree. I think what you would want to see from Tempest here is, even though he's low, the thing that you would want to see is just like annoying pushing right from the outside, where he's never really on Root's screen, doesn't really ever give him that golden opportunity to get the lock, but it's just that type of sin player where he's always laying traps that you have to fucking deal with. Like that type of sin player. Like, he's just off your screen, but suddenly there's 2 or 3 traps that are on your screen. What are you gonna do? You gotta do something about it. Like, that's kind of how you have to play this matchup. And I think that's what we're seeing from Tempest now. Yeah, Numa's very good. I think, and that's Tempest. He's a very good sim player. Nice chain there from Root, and he gets there, making it a 2-0 victory so far. Is Tempest going to be able to figure out this puzzle? Unbelievable. The first CS on that we've seen since the early days of Elite versus CJ. Absolutely incredible, man. I gotta say, I love seeing it. That's just, I gotta say, refreshing, to say the very least. But this is the DFC, and anything can happen here, boys and girls. You never know what you're gonna see. You never know what kind of fight is gonna unfold. And that's just where we're at. It's the spot we find ourselves in. By the way, I just want to say, Kyle, you've been super generous here today, brother. I've been saving the refill for you, bro. I've been saving the refill for you. If anybody's sipping on anything, make sure to tip one back to Kyle. It might be so hard to see sometimes because he'll throw in like $2 here, $3 there, $6, $7 there. But dude, the generosity from this guy has added up and single-handedly paid for the fucking spaceship we have. In case you guys haven't noticed it, this is what we're rocking because of this guy. So let's tip one back to Kyle. So kindly and so generously. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate you. Literally can't even begin to thank you enough. Big cheers to this guy. Let's tip one back. Yeah, it's so good. So refreshing to see a CS on in the DFC, man. And it's so good to see a player like Root on this. I just want to remind you, this guy, Root, originally made a name for himself, not just in DFC Unlimited, but in the early days of like DFC Season 1, Season 2s, even Season 3. This guy was a notorious Druid player. And then you have to think of the absolute story that's come along with a player like Root. He went from being notorious, like probably almost Dio style good on the Druid, to playing an ES Fireballer and showing how broken that was, to achieving DFC gold on that build. Like, taking down entire divisions on ES Fireballer to the point where people were like, this is his build. This is what he's on. This is who he is. And now you see him completely turning the corner and going for a CS on, like completely doing things differently. This is how this guy is. It's now 3-0 in favor of this dude. This is the type of player that Root is. Always adapting. Oh, and not just on the build, but in the duel. The type of player that will read his opponent, will adapt to their playstyle, will know exactly what to do, the right calls to make in the moment. This guy is a phenomenal, absolutely legendary D2 player. And it's an honor to ever see this guy duel, but it's especially an honor to see this guy on a CS on tonight. What are you doing in my house? Hell yeah, I can't wait to see your dual polytheist. Y'all, hold off now. We already missed an insane duel tonight. Foozer and GVN already fucking just dueled without us over there. Look, we don't want to miss another one, okay? We got a pretty epic one. I see it. I see Lamp finally being able to dial up against Polytheist. I don't want to keep him waiting any longer. We've got we're currently 3-0 in Root versus Tempest here. We're gonna finish up another round of this, and we might just cut over to you guys, see how that's going, and maybe check if this doesn't finish after this round. We might just check in later to see how it goes. But what an incredibly refreshing match we've seen so far with in Tempest versus Root. What just an incredible build, an incredible Zon. So good to see this. Root just showing off how versatile this character is. And we haven't really seen the poison damage yet. We haven't really seen how much that plague actually does, how big of a threat it really is. Like, it certainly is one of those things where if your opponent over prepares for the lightning damage, you can kind of catch them off guard with it. But it just depends on how much they're preparing for that, how much they over prepare for it. And when you get a savage player like Root that's really good at those chain locks, dude, man, you don't want to give him any opportunity to lock onto you like that. Nice Shadow Bay hits there from Tempest. Beautiful traps, good Shadow Bay hits. Kind of taking advantage of the early aggression of Root, and Root wisely backing off and saying, "No, this isn't how this is supposed to go. This isn't how this is supposed to go. You might have tricked me there early on into teleporting into your traps, but this isn't how this is supposed to go. I'm gonna kick back. I'm gonna throw up the Valkyrie. I'm gonna see exactly where your traps are. I'm gonna slowly feel you out, and eventually you're gonna have to find me. You should be finding me. You should be annoying me with these traps slightly from the outside," just like that beautiful trap placement there from Tempest. That's exactly what you want to do. He's on the outside. Root is unable to click his name from that distance, but suddenly 2 traps are appearing on his screen, and he's like, "Fuck, I gotta respond to this." That's exactly how Tempest has got to play. Like, he's doing a great job there. And now Root looking for that chain lock. Absolutely amazing, dude. It's so good to see a CS on, brother. This is insane. The CS Zon, a mid-range dueler too. Very different than, say, oh, nice one-handed Jav side stabs there with a very beautiful chain from Root. Very different than the typical Zon that you would see with like for example, like with a Telly Boa, right? We're so used to seeing the Telly Boa just bust out that absolutely asinine range on people, right? The Telly Boa Zon having the greatest range in all of Diablo 2, the most effective, greatest range, the ability to address any opponent from basically multiple screens away. Basically equating to the fact that the Telly Boa Zon never has to aggress anybody, right? She's always kind of on the back pedal, right? But it's so different and so refreshing to see a Zon like this, right? That has that mid-range. She isn't necessarily going to punish you from far off the screen, right? But this is exactly the type of duel that Tempest wants to play in right here. And this is exactly how Tempest wants to do it. Tempest figuring out his opponent, forcing Root into that infinity swap there, looking to go big or go home, because Tempest is putting on that constant pressure, making it very difficult for him to get on the inside. That's exactly how you want to see Tempest play this. Like, it's just constant traps. It's very annoying. It's so hard to click on him. He's so evasive from just off the screen, but there's always that constant threat of the traps. And then when you try to trick him and you think that you've done good and you think that you telly up on him, well, guess what? Guess where the other 3 traps were? Right next to him. Like, that's exactly how Tempest is playing right now. That's exactly what he wants to do. Yeah, and dodge, avoid, evade, all very, very magical in this matchup. These are incredible skills. See, both of these characters, whenever you see the Zon versus the Sin, it's like, some people say, oh, it's the duel of the lates. It's really not. Like, it's the duel of the passive fucking dodges is what it is. Anything from you know, the Sin's claw block that she has, or weapon block. Big hits there from Root. One tap. And Numa, aka Tempest, goes from playing perfectly the entire duel and whittling his opponent down to getting half-lifed in one tap there. That was incredible. Big hit, big opportunity there from Root. But you go from the dual claw block that you have with Sins there that just is responsible for blocking shots that shouldn't necessarily be blocked in the game, right? From hammers to fireball to meteor to blizzards, and the same thing can happen with the dodge, avoid, and evade of the Zon. You can dodge your regular attacks that you could block, right? Like your double swings, your throws, your projectiles, your arrows, and all of this. But you can also dodge hammers. You know, you can dodge blizz, fireball, meteor, random shit on the ground. Like, it's just weird what you can dodge as a Zon. And that's kind of what it comes down to. The Sin and the Zon both feel like they have massive life pools, and it basically just comes down to the fact that they're dodging, avoiding, evading, or in the Sin's case, claw blocking a lot of the attacks that are out there. It's insane. TS has so many hits that weapon block does not make them all miss. Yeah, that's a very interesting take as well. The claw block can block one of them, but there's so many that are coming, that are chasing, especially if you get a nice chain. It's hard to get them all. But if CS hits, 40% of the CS hits will hit. Isn't just one hit, it's multiple hits. That's why it hurts so much. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why the CS it hurts so much. And now you see this. Numa, aka Tempest, very, very low. Possibly even one here. And an incredible chain lock there from Root, making it 4-0 in the first appearance of a CS Zon in a very long time. Root pulling it off. Absolutely incredible duel here. Let's put that down for fight of the night. For sure, man. Wow. Root coming in on that CS Zon. Absolutely incredible. So good to see it, man. It's so rare to see these types of builds, and we get to see them here in the DFC. It's single-handedly what I love the most about this organization, this event. And here we go. Polytheist popping into previous DFC champion. Primo creating that central game, and these guys going at it. Lamp versus Polytheist. Who's going to come out on top here? As we said, we've sort of prefaced this duel all throughout the night. We have Lamp, who has very impressive wins against Druids, who he has no business beating on a Cold Sorceress, right? Impressive victories against Druids. And then you have someone like Polytheist, who has impressive wins against impressive players such as Doombringer on the Cold Sorceress. Who's going to win this? This is just a duel that simply had to happen. Like, it's coming down to this. We don't really know who's going to take it, but all we know is that the winner is going to make a big statement from this. That's for sure. Are we going to see a Dio versus Sound for the shield? Bro, I couldn't take the shield. I was only because I lagged. All right, it was only because I lagged. All right, I couldn't take the shield. I'm sure if Infinity Pierce, it usually one hits. If it doesn't, I think it's just high CS damage Javicide out that one. Yeah, for sure. Oh, nice hits there from Polytheist. He is not afraid in this duel, and this is what I love to see in this particular matchup with Polytheist, is he is getting bludgeoned, getting hit by these cold attacks, but he is not letting that stop him from actually having a mid-range duel and kind of staying pretty close to the Sorceress, even chaining him at times when he needs to. Like, he does not let the... what most players do is when they're dueling up against Cold Sorceress, they let the threat and the power of those cold hits scare them from being the player that they should be in the duel, right? But Polytheist, not that kind of player. He says, all right, yeah, I'm going to get punished with these cold spells in here, but you know what? I'm going to take that risk. I'm going to go in. I'm going to push the pressure, and let's fucking do this. Like, this is a duel. It's a caster duel. I know what I got to do. I know what you got to do. Let's see who does it better. And here we go. Like, he's getting in there, getting some pretty decent hits, and so is Lamp. Lamp making him chase him. some very nicely placed orbs and blizzards there. He's doing a good job at pinging his opponent down. But the thing is, Polytheist's use of Cyclone armor isn't necessarily as significant as, say, a Windy Druid, right? The type of Druid that's spinning those NATOs up all over the moor. One of the synergies for Tornado is Cyclone armor. It is not a synergy at all for any of the skills that Polytheist is using on his Druid. So it is a bonus. It's one of those things that he has to get from getting to level 99 and having extra skills to spend after he's maxed out all the synergies of Fissure, of Armageddon, of all of the skills that he's using on the fire variant of this that he's employed, right? He uses that Cyclone armor to absorb a little bit of cold damage. Long story short, it's not necessarily as big and as significant as the Wind Druid. He's going to catch some damage if he runs into a blizzard. It's just always how it's going to be. Like, he's not going to have the luxury of absorbing so much of that like a Wind Druid would. Different kind of Druid duel here, and these guys back and forth so far. Lamp making it tough for his opponent to catch him here, remaining very evasive. But still getting in there and CT casting some blizzards too. This is why we love seeing Lamp duel. This guy is evasive, but aggressive. It's just the weirdest thing to see. This is the type of player that can be extremely evasive when the stakes are high, right? When the stakes are high and the life totals are low, you can see this guy. You'll never see him, right? But in the interim, when that is not the case, you'll see this guy dancing back and forth just off your screen, CT casting, looking for the nastiest stomps, looking for the nastiest angles. Like, this is just the type of player that this guy is. He's a very exciting Cold Sorceress player. This just happens to be a player right here that he's got to play the mid-range game with. Yeah, he's fire. It's certainly harder versus the Cold Sork. It's not the same kind of duel. Very nice chains there from Polytheist, but he's got to be careful doing that. He can only chain so much because eventually, when Lamp notices that, he's gonna drop that Blizz down. He's gonna catch him in these traps of cold spells, be it Frozen Orb that he's teleporting into, Blizzard sitting there, and even at some points, even Ice Blast just hitting him with that. Like, it's just how it is. It's the spot that he'll find himself in if he gets overly and predictably aggressive. Yeah. Maybe just baiting Polly into Blizz. Yeah, that's kind of what I like about the way that Lamp duels, is that he has these short Blizzes. Very good observation, Primo. He has these extremely short on-screen teleports. And it's like, he's playing the game. Oh my god, and an immediate finish there from Polytheist. Close duel. I thought for sure he had that. I thought for sure Lamp had that. That was insane. But yeah, it's like, that's what he does. That's what Lamp does, and that's what you love seeing. He's got these extremely short on-screen teleports. And the reason I love this is because high-level players look at this and they assume that he's like some new player or something. They assume, they're like, man, this guy doesn't know how to CT. This guy ain't CTing or some shit. But little do they know that Lamp is just setting them up. Lamp is setting a trap for him. He's baiting you. He's playing red herring with these short on-screen teleports. He wants you to lock him because he's got a trap waiting for you. Gotta say, I love that style of play, especially from a Cold Sorceress, especially from Lamp. This guy's always an exciting Cold Sorceress to watch. Absolutely insane. Keeping that Armageddon up is Polytheist, making sure it's active. He's always got to have every threat available to him going at the same time. And that's why you see that Hurricane, that Armageddon. You see those fissures coming up. You see all of it coming down all at once. Let's cut over to Lamp's standpoint, see how this is looking. This is the Cold Sorceress, the exciting Cold Sorceress that everybody loves seeing right here. Doesn't have the cannot be frozen, but doesn't necessarily need it. There's not a lot of walking he's going to be doing against Polytheist. He's going to be leading him, baiting him. Look at these short tellies that he's doing. This is exactly what we were just talking about. He's looking for those name locks, and he's staying almost in this like provocatively close range where he's setting up. You see it right there. He's setting up the orb, and he's teleporting into it with a blizzard waiting right behind it. All of these quick successive castings right here. It looks like, to the untrained eye, it would look like he's spamming teleport, spamming blizz, spamming orb. This is the exact opposite of what this guy is doing. He's setting all of these up. You can see the blizzard, you can see the orb right there, all hitting on the same exact area that he's trying to bait his opponent into stomping him. Like, it's very well calculated. Some quick, well calculated hits here from Lamp. This guy is impressive. Yeah. Paulie listening to fucking death metal fully locked in? I wouldn't doubt it. Dude, remember that time when Discord was all fucked up and people couldn't share their screens adequately, so you had to like share the whole screen that you were seeing and you could hear everybody's audio and shit? Pretty sure we saw Polytheist on some death metal and shit. Although we do know about Polytheist, he's a strong hardcore 90s hip-hop rapper. Dude, Primo, you think you and I appreciate the hardcore 90s hip-hop rap, which, by the way, big shout out to you, brother. If y'all saw the fucking AOTP sample in the video today, that was all Primo. I wouldn't have known about that song if Primo didn't show it to me. It's the Demon's Blade from AOTP. This shit is fucking fire. Would highly suggest it. But anyways, you think you and I are big hip-hop fans like that? Polytheist, same thing, dude. 90s hip-hop fan all the way you can tell. I don't know how I know this. I think we might have had a conversation or some shit. But dude, Polytheist, same thing. Same thing. The real recognize the real, you know? Vinny Paz AOTP is great. You know what it is, bro. Bro, I had no idea. That was the first time I ever heard of Vinny Paz and AOTP is when Primo sent me that fucking video. He sent me the original video too, like the actual music video for the AOTP Demon's Blade song. So the first time I see this guy, he's got the nastiest flow. He's like, you know, he just comes in, y'all hear it there. He's like, Cartier weaponry, chain gang recipe, punch you in your face after we exchange pleasantries. Like, I hear that shit, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this guy is fire. And then you see his face, that like, just not what I was picturing, right? Like, everything I was picturing at the same time, nothing I was picturing. I was like, all right, this dude's all right. I heard some more shit by that guy. I'm like, oh, I'm a big fan, man. This Vinny Paz is nasty. Yeah, real grimy flow, dude. He's just got that nasty, like, hardcore 90s hip-hop flow with, like, that raspy voice and just punchy punchlines, if you know what I mean. Just, like, always right to that beat, always with those punchy punchlines. I love that shit. To me, I'm a big rap fan. A lot of people dive into the lyrics quite a bit, and the lyrics are cool, but I've always been more of a fan of the flow of rap. Like, I think it's more about the flow and how it sounds and how you put a line together more than it is about what you say. You could have the most intelligent, most deepest shit, but if you don't put it to something that anybody will listen to, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if it still sounds like shit, if it's still ass, it doesn't matter. Like, if it doesn't sound good, no one's gonna listen to it, so all of your awesome raps are not gonna mean anything because they don't sound good. Like, you gotta make them sound good. That's the thing. Like, you know, that's what you gotta love about Vinny Paz. Dude's a savage. Yeah. And here it is, dude. So far, big hits and consistent work from Lamp. Lamp is consistently working down Polytheist. And he's actually, look at this build. He's got energy shield on his Blizzard Sorceress. Very interesting to see this. Very different. You know that he certainly hasn't gone full damage setup, and certainly doesn't have to versus Polytheist, versus the Shaman Druid here. But you've also seen him a couple of times almost get flatlined by like consistent damage. Polytheist might not have noticed how close Lamp was to being dead there. His mana was practically gone, and that's exactly what we saw in that first round. where he just got caught in a quick succession of hits, and before you know it, he goes from full life to nothing. And that's the risk you run with the ES. When that man is gone, it isn't much longer before the entire life pool is. Yeah, delivery is super critical, for sure. ES Blizz may be the gayest thing in the game behind his on. Oh, and there it is. Polytheist goes down. Now evening up the score is Lamp in 1-1. Well, here's the thing, too. You don't see a lot of ES. You don't see a lot of ES cold. Because a lot of times with the way that the rules work in the DFC is they really encourage cold players to run not ES, right? To kind of go just full bore, full sunder, if you will. The fact that Lamp is going ES here is very interesting. I've always said that there actually is a spot for a build like this, especially in this particular matchup right here. This is the perfect, and you can tell that this is how good of a player Lamp is on the Cold Sorcerers. He realizes that this is the perfect opportunity for an ES Blizzard, right? Because you have a character in this Druid that cannot oversorb you, right? Like, he cannot have, I believe, any absorb. You can't have any absorb on a Druid versus a Cold Sorcerer. So he can't have his Ravens, right? He only is capped at 300 cold res, right? So he's got 300 cold res. He's got a little bit of Cyclone armor on this Druid. You know that this isn't going to be one of those duels where you're going to get oversorbed. So you can give yourself a little bit more survivability, right? So I think he's made a very clutch call that not a lot of Cold Sorcerers would make here. This is actually an admirable call from Lamp here. Him making this call and understanding his opponent's character, understanding the matchup is admirable. Like, this is big. This is high level Cold Sorc player right here. He knows the matchups. He knows his situation. He knows what he's got to do, and he's doing a great job of it. And that's the thing. Like, it's so easy to look at a Cold Sorceress and be like, oh, this is tele spam and all of this, dude. That's what the character does. It's unfortunate. It's just like watching a Necro that 90% of them fucking spam Bone Spirit from off the map. It's just what the character does. The best thing that you can hope for is that you have a player like Vamp the Champ, where if they're going to do that, it's at least at high stakes and they can remain undefeated. Or for the other part, they're actually just hyper aggressive for the other part of the duel. And that's what you see with Lamp. This guy is just like hyper aggressive. He sets these traps. He sets the bait. He tries to bait his opponent. Whenever he's casting, he's not CT casting off the map. A, very watchable, but B, very baitable for his opponent. He's trying to bait him into these nasty traps that he's setting. So yeah, like, the Cold Sorcerer is not gonna lie. It's usually not the most exciting playstyle. Like, I don't have a lot of fun playing it, but at the same time, I can respect the grind of a player who knows how to play the Cold Sorceress like this, and Lamp is one of those players. Crazy vid, glad you liked it, D-Hutch. That's awesome, man. I had a lot of fun making that. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a lot of information packed into that. I gotta say, I was watching it back today, and I was like, there's a lot of shit packed into this. Like, there's, you know how some people watch YouTube videos at like twice the speed or whatnot? Good luck ever watching a video like that at twice the speed. There's so much packed into it. Like, you literally have to pause the frames, looking at things, understanding shit. I kind of felt bad about that, but I was like, I'd rather do that than waste people's time. So, like, bro, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad you liked it. Big cheers to you, bro. Yeah, it was a fun video to make. I had a lot of fun doing that. That whole video took me like 2 months to make. I kind of felt bad. I felt like I was dragging my feet on it. Like I said today, I was like, I need to get this out. I need to get this done. I want to like move on. Because it felt like I was spending so much time on that video. But I was happy how it turned out. I'm glad you liked it, brother. Yeah, oh, trust me, I did, Odin. Like, literally yesterday the video was done. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yesterday the video was done. I rewatched it and I actually ripped it twice more, because the first version of the video was done, and then I went through and I was like, I don't like how I explained this, the raffle ticket theory. I was like, I don't like the visuals that I used here. I think I could actually just make this simpler, and it's a lot more watchable and a lot easier to understand. So I went back and redid that part. And then I watched it again, and I was like, after the second or third time of ripping it, I was getting very technical with music volume and the mixing and low end and high end of the music and an actual full mix of it. And at that point, I was like, just fucking put this thing out. Nobody gives a fuck in the way that I do with this. Like, sure, I might hate it with the actual mix. I might think this could be higher, this could be better mixed, but 95% of people won't care. Like, when I start thinking about the actual mix of like the tracks and everything, that's when I know, like, okay, the content is there. Like, it's probably time to put it out. It's where I have to draw the line with myself. Like, it's because otherwise we'd still be waiting on that video. We'd still be waiting on it to come out. Like, it's kind of where I've drawn the line with myself. When all you have to worry about is the technical mix of the songs, of the sound, unless it's astronomically bad, you just release it. Because at that point, 95% of people don't care. You're getting very technical. It'll never be perfect. Like, just release it. Like, the content's there at least. And there it is. Polytheist down again in round 2. And now it looks like Lamp proving his dominance here against the Druid. Yeah, you find the threshold, exactly. If it's not a content thing, and you're not like, this sucks and this could be better content-wise, then you let it go. And female characters. You know what it is, Philiac. If it has a vag, it's got a ban. If it bleeds without anything touching it, it's gotta go. It's out the door. That's awesome, Tough. Happy to see that, man. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be the Tough that we talked about, would you? Your name wouldn't be Tough in the Discord, because we totally mentioned that item today. That isn't you, is it? Oh, man, we totally mentioned that. What the fuck just happened? Bro, what? Dude, what the fuck was that? I just clipped it impulsively because I have no idea what just happened. Hold on, my program's freezing up, but as soon as it comes back online here, we're going back and checking this out. What the fuck was that? What just happened? It was like go and then dead? Look at this. It was just go and dead? This is literally all 30 seconds of that duel. What? Oh my god, man. What? That was so fast. Tellied into a blizz. That's what it was. Holy shit. It's now 3-1 in favor of our boy, the Lamp. Now, mind you, Polytheist, the type of Druid player here that has proven his dominance against a player like Doombringer, wearing him down over time, pushing that pressure, making him uncomfortable and not really giving him a lot of opportunities to land those blizzes. And now with this setup, with this particular approach from Lamp, man, it's really paying some serious dividends. Currently 3-1 in favor of this play. It's really refreshing. Very cool to see the different types of Cold Sorceress play styles. Like, from a dominant Polytheist preferred victory versus Doombringer to Lamp playing totally different style, totally different build, ES Cold Sorcerers here at that, and still seeing some massive success. Let's go over to Polytheist standpoint, see what it's looking like here on his end. Yeah, he's just catching some nasty hits. I think at this point, he's got to kind of flip the rug on his opponent, right? Like, and make him chase him a little bit, right? Like, theoretically, the range of the Cold Sorceress is greater. right? And just like they're kind of the same, but at the same time, like you gotta kind of bait him into something, and he's trying. Look at this, he's trying, he's playing that game, and Lamp is just on him, constant pressure. Like he never really knows how to set up for this. Like the constant pressure of Lamp is actually pretty impressive here. Not gonna lie. Certainly different than what we see from a lot of cold sorceresses. This guy is just different. And now Polytheus back against the ropes here. He's saying, okay, you've got that orb. I got to be careful of that. I'm just going to pretend that Blizz doesn't exist. You're not going to hit me with a Blizz. I'm not going to give you the opportunity. Like, I'm going to set you up with these Fissures, with these Armageddons, and I just have to play as though that Blizz doesn't exist. I'm not going to hit the orb. I'm not going to get hit by that orb. I got to play like the Blizz doesn't exist, because if I get hit with it at this point, it's over. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. And the second that it does, duel's over. Blizz doesn't exist. He's got to play like this. He's got to trap his opponent, force him into these odd situations where he's constantly punishing him, constantly looking to dilapidate that mana and quickly finish his opponent, just like he did in round 1. Very nice setup there from the Molten Boulder. But man, it is an uphill battle for Polytheus. He can do it. If there ever was a player that could, it is certainly this guy. And there it is. Nice stomp there from Lamp. But unfortunately, he had already casted the Blizzard. And that's the most beautiful thing that you can possibly see on the other end of dueling a Blizzard Sorceress, is when you see that their Blizzard is cast on some other random area of the map recently, it feels good because you know that they can't drop it down on your head immediately. But there it is. GG's, a 4-1 finish from Lamp. Very beautifully done. That was incredible, man. I gotta say, impressive. I gotta say, that was really good. One up to Lamp for being able to duel like that, man. Like I said, it's always an interesting duel seeing a cold sorceress roll with it, right? Like whenever you see a cold sorceress roll, they're always distance duelers. Some people get fed up with the cold sorceress style, but truthfully, it really makes a difference as to who you have on this, right? You have in Lamp a competitive cold sorceress player. The type of dude that knows what to do, that knows how to play the game, right? And this is what he's got. He's got himself, it looks like a +3 cold sorceress amulet with rep life on it. Very nicely. This whole build was so nicely put together. Ooh. And he's using that for the ES, so he swaps out. He has a pretty vicious hit. Yeah, he's got nasty rep life on this guy. He's turning this into a duel. Yeah, ES Blizz, the Fire Drew is at a disadvantage. 100%. I think it all came down to how he built his character here. He chose the right build. And that is very different than what you see for a lot of cold sorceresses. You see a lot of cold sorceresses just rely on that big hit, like the big sundering hits. Incredible. Like, look at that. That was 9k Blizz that he had set up there. Not incredibly high, but he knew it was going to be enough. It was all about how he built this character right here. Very nicely done. Yeah. Just the way he put it together is what made the difference. And that's what it comes down to. I was range Kano sniping, bud. Didn't do much. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, it basically took the typical approach of what the Shaman Druid would do and flipped it on its head. It's like, you can't necessarily play the range game, right? Like, you can't play the damage over time game because I've got rep life and I've got ES. It was a very interesting call, but also it kind of preys on the fact that the Druid can't necessarily stack up a lot of Sorb. A lot of cold stack. Like, it preyed on that. It was a very meta call, I gotta say. As bad as it feels sometimes, it was very meta. Yeah, you got to break the ES, but as we saw in round 1, as soon as Poly broke the ES, it was over. And he almost did it in round 3 too. That was the thing. He actually didn't notice. And that's the thing that you can't really fault Pauly for. He doesn't fucking notice how close he has the mana. Like how close he is to winning the duel. You kind of have to play on how your opponent's responding to what you're doing. And that's how you take that duel. You're like, oh, my opponent's running away. Their mana's probably low. You know what I mean? And then you chain them and then you do your thing. But it's just like, sometimes you don't notice that right away. You know, it all came down to the build right there for sure. It's just, that's a tough match. Props to Polytheus for doing as well as he did. Props to Lamp for building his guy correctly and really preparing for that duel in the way that he should have. That was certainly different. Like, that was well done. Yeah, then you get tagged once and melt. Exactly. It's rough, dude. I think eventually we'll have to revisit the Druid Sorb, because as it stands, it pertains to the Wind Druid, which makes the Wind Druid matchup kind of fair versus a Cold Sorceress. And by kinda, I mean it's still in their favor, but it's not miserable, right? Like, it's doable. But the Shaman Druid don't work the same. And we kind of mentioned this and kind of talked about this. It's a different game for that Shaman Druid. It ain't the same. So I think those things have to be considered, dude. Like, we gotta look at it the right way. But by the way, I see a lot of people in the join the stream, but nobody necessarily sharing their stream. Is anybody waiting to duel? Is anybody on the cusp of it? Should we vote for fight of the night, for performance of the night? I actually think we should do that. And if in that time anybody else pops up, perhaps we consider them for next week in fight of the night, performance of the night. But I think we just start up at least one of the polls here to see how this goes. What about performance of the night? I think that's I think that's certainly a good one. Who had the performance of the night? There is a lot of people that could be considered for this, man. Like, so I think for sure, but if I could override everybody, I would totally vote for this guy. Like, this guy going from the losers bracket to winning against a Din on a Barb. It's so impressive. I'm so happy to see a player get into the winners column like that. I also think that Bruno should be considered for performance of the night with his Swiss in. There's so many good ones, man. Also, Lamp played very well. Root showing up. I think Root showing up on a CS on too should be commendable. Riz also played very well. Riz showed his versatility. God damn, that was actually really good. Sorry, Root. I'm gonna put Riz down. Bro, there's only so many. There's so many people that deserve to be on this. But I want to highlight Riz for his hybrid Sin skills. Like, showing his versatility. I don't know. What do you guys think? The fourth spot is up in the air. I don't want to be the decider. Is it Root or Riz that we vote for on the fourth spot? We're just voting for the fourth spot of this. Who do we put in? How does it look? Gosh, I feel bad. What do y'all think? I actually can't see chat. I gotta go dial back into the stream to see this. Root says Riz. Root the champ CS. All right, yeah, we'll put that there. We'll put it. The Root's official opinion. We'll put it there. All right. There it is. If I could override everybody's vote, I would vote for Butter. 100%. It was so cool to see that guy actually get there, actually pull it off on a barb. Like, get himself into the winner's column against an unwinnable matchup versus the Din, versus an experienced VTPKer, and he beat him. That was impressive. I gotta say. All right, and we'll give everybody a little bit of time. And if we don't see anybody, we'll vote on fight of the night. We'll give this till X53 for people to finish up their votes for who they think had performance of the night. And to give you the breakdown, we had quite a bit of them, just to give you a little bit of reminders here. We had Sound, who this guy couldn't be beat on the Din. He's coming back. He's making a big comeback on the Din. Okay, he's trying to get back to his title roots on the Din, and this guy is winning it. He's just stacking them up. Nobody can fucking beat this guy on the Din, apparently. He's just sandbagging it. This guy was smiting me on an H-Din. Okay, on top of Butter just kicking ass here. We also had, we had Root. Didn't make the list, but this guy easily could have. Riz showing off the diversity of his skills on a Sin. Going from Ghost Sin, which not a great matchup versus a Barb, but then going Hybrid Sin versus my Barb, absolutely chewing me a new asshole with that shit. Go slapping on the mosaics. That was impressive. It was so good to see such a competitive previous DFC champ in Riz switch it up and go Hybrid Sin, because that's what it's going to take for people to compete with people like Dazer, the top of the top, best Nins in the world. It's going to take that versatility. It was really good to see that from Riz tonight. Bros, we get a lot of them in there. There was also Lamp that I feel like could have easily been in there. There's so many. Toe Shank, Punch. Gosh, there's so many of them. All right, and there it is. We're going to end the poll with Sound being the winner. There it is. The winner. The wiener. Previous DFC champ and technical top Din. And I do mean technical, okay? If I wouldn't have lagged, I would think that would go completely different. Just saying. Right? Just saying. Bruno also winning there. Also in the running on the Swiss Din. Gotta say, love it. Love seeing it. Speaking of that, by the way, I don't see anybody else streaming their perspectives here. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to vote on fight of the night next. Okay? What was the fight of the night? I gotta be able to spell. All right, there's a lot of them. There's so many. All right, Toe Shank versus To Punch. Two of the most exciting players back and forth, jamming and slamming and Alabaman. Was insane. Montreana versus Bruno, undoubtedly in the running. The grudge match too. That shit was insane. We're probably gonna need to see a round 3. I also think Lamp v Polytheist was very good, very technical there. And I'm gonna say Tempest v Root. Also very good fights. Like, those were insane. All good in their own right. We'll give that till X57 for y'all to cast your votes on what was fight of the night. So many good ones. This was a great card so far, man. I gotta say. I hope we get to see a little bit more, but if not, that's fine too. We've seen some incredible fights here tonight. And man, oh man, it always makes my night. DFC, man. It's just, it always makes my fucking week. Seeing this shit. I can still stream mine if you want to watch it. Dude, Gavin, I would watch it, bro. Looking forward to watching the VOD tomorrow. Hell yeah. Also in Jedi Mind Tricks. Is that Vinny Paz that you're talking about? Yeah, he was also in Jedi Mind Tricks. Very, very savage rhymer. stream it, bro. Yeah, we got another minute or so to vote on fight of the night. Less than a minute, probably coming down to seconds here. Make sure to get your votes in. See who wins it, see who takes it. Man, oh man. Yeah, I'd totally watch that, Gavin. I was so pissed we didn't get to see Foozer versus Gavin. That shit was gonna be dope. Who won that, by the way? Did you win that? We can melee again? Did you? Oh shit, yeah, we could do that, Jerry. Jedi Mind Tricks was how I came across Army of the Pharaohs. I always knew Jedi Mind Tricks instrumentals, never really listened to them though. I used to rap back in my day. I would rhyme over Jedi Mind Tricks instrumentals, had no fucking idea who they were or what they did. But their beats were dope. And there it is, Toshank versus Punch, the winner of the poll. I would completely agree, dude. That's a good one. Those guys just performed well. It was kind of a shutout for Toshank in the sense, but he just chose the right build and he played the way that he should. The whole fucking duel, a Necro duel, lasted like 5 minutes. Punch, hyper aggressive, being very patient. There was so much packed into that one duel. It was really cool to watch. Glad you guys enjoyed that one too. I completely agree. That was up there in fight of the night. In disc, all right, let's check it out. Let's pop over to the Gavin duel. Let's see what's going on, bros. Let us see what's going on. Wait a minute, is this Foozer? Who's this guy? Is this Foozer Sam? Okay, yeah, okay, he's going for it. Okay, this dude was he on a H-din? Yeah, he was on an H-din. Oh my gosh. All right, look at this. Going with that FOH and constant pressure there. Okay, this is what we missed, and I'm so pissed that we missed it. Who won this? Who won this? Look at this. This is so close. This is back and forth. Nasty hammer shots here from Foozer, but also GVN getting that nasty damage in there with the walk down guidance. Absolutely insane. This is the shit we were missing. I knew this was going to be insane. You see, the thing is, Muchez used to tell me this was one of his favorite duels back when he was the champion not too long ago. He was telling me that most of the Din duels sucked, but whenever you would duel a very good Hammer Din player, a very skilled three-piece combo style, three-piece combo potential delivering H-Din, he said it would be some of the most skillful, some of the most enjoyable duels that he's been in. I took that advice to make future duels for Dins and Zons. Yeah, he's getting Foozer right now. He's gatting him. Foozer's really good too. Foozer, I wouldn't say he's underrated in the DFC, but just he has a lot more performances to show people exactly how good he is. Like, I feel like that's the spot Foozer is in. I feel like it won't be long before we see like Foozer versus Dazer or some shit. Like, Foozer is extremely good. It's just, he's one of those players where there hasn't been a lot of opportunity to show people how good he is. This is one of those times versus GVN, but GVN is just also so fucking savage. And like, the Din player has to be on his game all the time in this duel right here. So like, that's also a thing, right? Like, there's so much about it. But like, regardless, I wouldn't say underrated duelers, but Foozer's just, he's really good. It just so happens to be that DFC is the place where the best of the best in the world come, and Gavin is one of those players. Gavin is one of those Zon players. The best of the best. Gonna make it tough for Foozer. Who's versus Jess? NVD, DVN, Mirror? That'd be sick. HVZ is hella fun both sides. You think so too, Piwa? No shit. Big hits there from Foozer, and now Gavin in trouble. Very, very close. Yeah, by the way, I might be hauling off on this e-cig more than usual right here. That's only because it's no longer has nicotine in it, man. Funny story about that in a sec. Now we've got FOH, which could pay some dividends here, whereas Gavin is at a little over 100 life here. Those FOHs could pay some dividends. They certainly won't get the job done in one shot, but they're not something you want to take a lot of. Bro, are we about to get another one? We about to get another one of these. Hold up, we gotta go join another game real quick. And there it is, Charcy, aka GVN. Gavin gets there at dangerously low life totals. Just stunting on our boy, Foozer Man. Yeah, this guy is absolutely incredible. Foozer Man, I think this guy, I recognize the potential in this guy. I recognize this dude. Dueled with him in some casual duels before. Also seen this dude just perform in the DFC. This is the place where the best of the best come to duel, right? It was why single-handedly I couldn't just use a barb against Riz and expect to get some cheese-ass win, right? It was single-handedly why I felt okay making that matchup, is because I was like, I'm going to lose to Riz. Like, most barbs would beat him, but I know that you have to be the best of the best to even have a shot against Riz on a barb. And if you're not, you're gonna lose. Like, it's just how it is. So, yeah, that's how we played. Riz showed his skill, showed his dominance. It was insane. But that's what we have here. We have the best of the best. The top players going at it. We also have another invasion of D-Clone. Let's get this aspect ratio looking right. Let's go take care of this absolute savage. I'm gonna go get leveled up with this dude. We're gonna go get squared off so that you guys can see a healthy round 2 with this dude. Did I just accidentally activate? Oh shit. Y'all gotta see something. Y'all gotta see something. I don't know what just happened here. Hold up. All right. I might have left the game a little too late. I gotta say, I don't see no D-Clone, but we're gonna check this out for certain. We're gonna make sure that we're not getting boned by Blizz. Very close round here. Gavin looking to cinch this up here. But also some big hits from Foozer, and there it is. Solid 3-0 so far by Charcy, aka GVN. All right, look. This is what we're looking at. I just accidentally popped into the Palace level 1, right? There's not a unique boss in here, right? Am I crazy? There's not a unique boss in here, is there? Yeah, not in Palace. Okay, that's what I thought. There's not one in Palace level 1. So then I impulsively went to Chaos or Arcane and went here, but that D-Clone wasn't there. So it makes me think that I might have left the game too soon. Yeah, you have left channel lobby. It looks like that Diablo invaded just as I left that last game, which is really insane. No, it didn't do it. It just didn't do it. It just got fucked. Just how it was. GG's. Well, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate you. Wow. Holy hell. What a night of fights in the DFC. Gotta say, really appreciate you guys for being here. Thursday nights are the highlight of my nights. DFC nights. Hope they are for you guys as well. I had a great time. Great matchups tonight. Got my ass kicked by Sound, by Riz. But look, we got to give these guys a shot. We got to allow other people to rise up the ranks so that later on we can come back and beat them. That's what I say. Like, we just got to give them the opportunity to rise, right? No, but what I was saying is I'm actually I'm stopping smoking the nicotine because my surgery is in about a little over a week now. I'm going to have surgery in fucking a little over a week. My arm, this arm is going to be fucked up, dude. Unusable. Yeah, it's going to be weird. I'm like a little nervous for it. They're going to put me under and shit. I'm going to be all fucked up. Yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But GG's, boys and girls. Appreciate you joining me. Highlight of my night. Highlight of my week. We'll see you guys very soon. Wish me luck. We'll see you for one more DFC before I'm lamed up and may or may not be able to DFC for a while. I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know how it goes. 4-0 max? GVN 1. Yeah, it was we saw 3-0 and I was pretty sure that was how it was going to go. Yeah, but that had technically already happened though, by the way. We were seeing the replay of that duel. So, thank you guys so much, Gavin and Foozer, for replaying that. That was one that I was actually pretty pumped about seeing. But anyways, guys, appreciate you. Thank you again so much for joining me tonight. See you guys very soon. See you in the Discord if you're not already there. Hope you enjoyed the video on the main channel. If you haven't got to see it today, highly suggest checking that out. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks again. Take care. Happy DFC Thursday. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Friday. Peace.